This is a Turkish poem written by Leonidas Malinus. It's called A Golden Green Leaf. Land of the lemon tree, of the olive tree, land of the embrace, of the joy, land of the pine tree, of the cypress tree, of the young lads of love, green golden leaf thrown in the sea, land of the dry field, land of the sad Virgin Mary, land of the hot wind, of the unjustified loss, of the wild weather of the volcanoes, green golden leaf thrown in the sea, land of the girls who laugh, land of the boys who get drunk, land of the myrtle, of the greeting, cypress of love and of the dreams, green golden leaf thrown in the sea.
So what we're going to explore today is the debate on art that is traditional and art that is modern. And it makes a big shift for reasons. Most of the work I'm going to show you today is made by white European males, and I'm going to frame it with that because those were the people that made the movements happen because they had the power. You'll see several women, but not many because they really weren't represented very well. But that's not really our focus. I'm picking major important artworks that have a reason to make movements happen. Okay, that's going to be just a piece of our talk. Then I have 3 students here that have different points of view about what art is, and you may debate as well, anybody in the crowd. While I show these pieces of art, feel free to ask a question, raise your hand, or comment. Okay, this is to be interactive. It's not going to be me to stand here and say, this is art, blah, 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 painted by. It's not what it's about. Okay, so feel free. We're going to start with this. 2 videos. Each is 7 minutes long. One says, I can do that, which is basically the sentence that I hear mostly. I can do that. And it addresses that. The second video talks about why modern art is so bad. Now, the first video, please pay attention. She speaks a little quickly, and they do a lot of cutaways. Some of you have seen it in my classes before, but you can review it again. Let's start with I could do that.
A few weeks ago, we got a question from Jay Willetto, who asked how we respond to people who say, I could have done that. It's so simple about art. For example, Felix Gonzalez Torres. John and I answered that A, you probably actually couldn't do it, and B, you didn't do it. But some of you, like Becky, were dissatisfied. She said, doesn't that imply that the artist has no merit outside some guy thought about doing this first and now we care about it? It just seems like a really lazy answer. Challenge accepted, Becky. I'll give you a less lazy answer. Okay, if you're looking at a work of art and feel compelled to say, I can do that, or my kid could do that, the first thing you want to do is assess if you really could do that. Take some hard-edge abstraction like this painting by Pierre Mondrian that may at first glance seem fairly easy to execute. But if you've tried to use oil paints before, you'll know that it can be really tricky to create such smooth lines and a consistent, flat application of color. There's also little details like a line that stops just short of the edge of the canvas that clues you in that no amateur did this. Or Cy Twombly's work gets a lot of heat for looking like a bunch of kids' scribbles. But take a closer look. The quality and character of his line work is astounding. The restrained use of color is exquisite. This isn't Crayola as a rayon on construction paper. This is pretty masterful handling of paint and pencil and crayon. They may be scribbles, but they're working amazing scribbles. And if you still think you could do it, I say give it a try. It could be a really productive exercise to see how something is made, and it may help you learn a new skill or take your work or life in a new direction. But let's move on to what happens when you really could have made the thing in question. If you think about Felix Gonzalez Torres, the example Trey brought up, we can look at work like Untitled.
Ms. Kim, can you pause? We have another class who'd like to join us.
Commercially available clocks synchronizes their time. Yes, you can go to a store and buy.
Alright guys, this chair's dotted all the way through, so just go in for now, find a chair. Don't sit at the ones at the back, go as far as you can. Thank you. Alright, be alright with the chairs Guys, take one of these chairs there, there's more chairs outside. Guys, there's no chairs there.
It's all waiting on the right. But then it's not on
Thank you.
Guys, when you're rich Kajillionaires, can you come back and build us an auditorium that has all this set up and ready to go?
Okay. All right, for those of you that just joined us, we're tackling what's art, modern versus traditional, and we're now watching a video that's about, what, 2 minutes into it, where it addresses, I can do that, where you see artwork that looks like you could have made it. Okay, so we're going to continue.
Two clocks and hang them on the wall just like this. And you know, it would still be a pretty cool experiment to see how long they stayed synchronized and which runs out of batteries first. But you'd be missing something key here. The title clearly asks you to consider these clocks to be a metaphor for lovers, and how two individuals with hearts beating like the ticking of clocks can be in perfect sync and then inevitably fall out of sync. The title further suggests that the lovers remain perfect even after they've fallen out of sync. But there's even more, because this work wasn't just made by any person at any time. It was made by Felix Gonzalez-Torres, who was openly gay and who made the work after his partner Ross was diagnosed with AIDS. Gonzalez-Torres' work was overtly and strategically political, and his lovely and heartbreaking work is unquestionably made more resonant when you know that his partner died in 1991 and he died in 1996. His battery lasted just a little bit longer. And if you think a work of art should tell you everything you need to know without the help of wall labels or the like, then I'm probably not going to convince you otherwise. But for me, whether it's the Mona Lisa, a landscape painting in a thrift shop, or an iPhone, every object is created within circumstances that are important and is distributed in ways that add to its meaning. But back to Gonzalez-Torres, because we're not quite done with him yet. Many of his works depend on reproducibility. Stacks of paper or piles of candy viewers are invited to take. He wanted his work to spread and to be in multiple places at the same time, and to be created in participation with you, the viewer. With this work, it's not that you could do it, it's that he wants you to. You're invited to, and that's part of the work. It also means his art can exist in perpetuity, beyond the confines of his own life. And you can still experience it today, and maybe take it home with you too. When you say, I could do that, what you're really saying, and what I would encourage you to say next time is, this doesn't display a remarkable amount of technical skill, and that's what I really look for in art. I think it's perfectly fine to have a preference for art that displays manual talents unavailable to most. But there's a history of artists beginning in the early 20th century who took on new approaches to material, purposely avoiding showing off technical skill, and for lots of good reasons. To upset the dominant art trends of the time, to question the value of unique objects, to undermine the commercial system of art by creating work that is unlikely to be trophies for the rich, or to reconsider the separation of art and life. There's been some theorization about the so-called de-skilling of art in the 20th century, a word first used to describe the replacement of skilled laborers by technologies and less skilled workers who operate them. Industrialization also had a profound effect on art, introducing new methods of reproduction, and we can't forget about the dawn of photography, that certainly called into question the relevance of spending loads of time learning how to paint something realistically. Rather than devote their lives to mastering a particular medium, some artists began to push the boundaries of those mediums, and even forgo them altogether. There's sculpture that is purposefully unmonumental, paintings purposefully non-virtuosic, drawings purposefully simple. It's not that these things don't take skill, they just take different kinds of skill. Research, deduction, collaboration, exploration of new materials, radical thought. Just as we value professions other than skilled labor, we should also value work by artists focused not just on craftsmanship, but on the effective execution of good ideas. It's the thought they bring to the form, or have others bring to the form, and not just the form itself. Next time you're compelled to say, I could do that, I think you should stop yourself and ask, why did they do that? What are the circumstances that led me to not doing that, and them being so driven to make the thing, that they not only thought of the idea, but then completed it and found an audience for it? What are the social, political, and economic circumstances surrounding their doing this thing? You can still admire impressive technical skill, but you can also open yourself up to appreciate a much wider world of art.
Okay, so there we have that first video. I can do that. This is the second one. Why is modern art so bad?
The Mona Lisa, the Pietà, the girl with the pearl earring. For a score of centuries, artists enriched Western society with their works of astonishing beauty. The Night Watch, the Thinker, the Rocky Mountains. Master after master, from Leonardo to Rembrandt to Bierstadt, produced works that inspired, uplifted, and deepened us. And they did this by demanding of themselves the highest standards of excellence, improving upon the work of each previous generation of masters, and continuing to aspire to the highest quality attainable. But something happened on the way to the 20th century. The profound, the inspiring, and the beautiful were replaced by the new, the different, and the ugly. Today, the silly, the pointless, and the purely offensive are held up as the best of modern art. Michelangelo carved his David out of a rock. The Los Angeles County Museum of Art just offers us a rock. A rock. All 340 tons of it. That's how far standards have fallen. How did this happen? How did the 1,000-year ascent towards artistic perfection and excellence die out? It didn't. It was pushed out. Beginning in the late 19th century, a group dubbed the Impressionists rebelled against the French Academy des Beaux-Arts and its demand for classical standards. Whatever their intentions, the new modernists sowed the seeds of aesthetic relativism, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder mentality. Today, everybody loves the Impressionists. And as with most revolutions, the first generation or so produced work of genuine merit. Monet, Renoir, and Degas still maintained elements of disciplined design and execution. But with each new generation, standards declined until there were no standards. All that was left was personal expression. The great art historian Jacob Rosenberg wrote that quality in art is not merely a matter of personal opinion, but to a high degree objectively traceable. But the idea of a universal standard of quality in art is now usually met with strong resistance, if not open ridicule. How can art be objectively measured and challenged? In responding, I simply point to the artistic results produced by universal standards compared to what is produced by relativism. The former gave the world the birth of Venus and the dying Gaul, while the latter has given us the Holy Virgin Mary, fashioned with cow dung and pornographic images, and Petra, the prize-winning sculpture of a policewoman squatting and urinating, complete with a puddle of synthetic urine. Without aesthetic standards, we have no way to determine quality or inferiority. Here's a test I give my graduate students, all talented and well-educated. Please analyze this Jackson Pollock painting and explain why it is good. It is only after they give very eloquent answers that I inform them that the painting is actually a close-up of my studio apron. I don't blame them. I would probably have done the same, since it's nearly impossible to differentiate between the two. And who will determine quality is another challenge I'm given. If we are to be intellectually honest, we all know of situations where professional expertise is acknowledged and depended upon. Take figure skating in the Olympics, where artistic excellence is judged by experts in the field. Surely we would flinch at the contestant who indiscriminately threw himself across the ice and demanded that his routine be accepted as being as worthy of value as that of the most disciplined skater. Not only has the quality of art diminished, but also the subject matter has gone from the transcendent to the trashy. Where once artists applied their talents to scenes of substance and integrity from history, literature, religion, mythology, etc., many of today's artists merely use their art to make statements, often for nothing more than shock value. Artists of the past also made statements at times, but never at the expense of the visual excellence of their work. It's not only artists who are at fault. It is equally the fault of the so-called art community, the museum heads, gallery owners, and the critics who encourage and financially enable the production of this rubbish. It is they who champion graffiti and call it genius, promote the scatological and call it meaningful. It is they who, in reality, are the naked emperors of art. For who else would spend $10 million on a rock and think it is art? But why do we have to be victims of all this bad taste? We don't. By the art we patronize at museums or purchase at galleries, we can make our opinions not only known but felt. An art gallery, after all, is a business like any other. If the product doesn't sell, it won't be made. We can also support organizations like the Art Renewal Center that work to restore objective standards to the art world. And we can advocate the teaching of classical art appreciation in our schools. Let's celebrate what we know is good and ignore what we know is not. By the way, the white background you see behind me is not simply a white graphic backdrop. It is a pure white painting by noted artist Robert Rauschenberg at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. I'm Robert Florzak for Prager University.
Okay. So, there you have the two opposing views. What I'm going to show you is just some images. I'm going to just explain a little bit what I know about them. And then we are going to have our debate. We're going to go back to these two videos. Okay, so you can kind of mull over what you just saw and think about what you're going to see.
The Mona Lisa,
Sorry.
the Pietà, the girl with the pearl earring. For a score,
Okay, back to can you do that? Up here we have a white painting. Something that looks like it was done by what age? The middle one. Somebody who was what? 40? Okay, does it remind you of a child work? The one on the far right is simply boxes, squares of color. And on the bottom is a sculpture, very primitively made. I'm not even sure if that artist knows anatomy at all. This is your classic painting with its luscious colors, its perfect tones, the strange little swirl in the corner, a still life. Looking at something in front of you, painting it, wow, really skillful, very skillful. This is a picture of the first photograph. The very first photograph ever recorded. Very likely, you could see an outline of the building, and that was a big deal. Why would it be a big deal that a first photograph is happening? Can anybody say? Can anybody say? Yes? Yeah, you.
It's history.
Is it history?
Yeah, because it's history.
Well, it is history, but that's not what I'm looking for. Why would photography have any effect on what happens afterwards in art? Yes, that is.
It's that now you don't really need to paint the still life, you just take a picture of it and now you have...
Exactly. In the past, works were... In the past, I'm sorry about that. Where's the arrows on the bottom now? Excuse me? Where are the arrows on the bottom? They were there. Okay, so this is a still life. Now, it's completely different than the other one. Can you tell if he knows how to draw? No, not really. The table is tilted. Why is the table tilted? Because that's what he wanted to do. He wasn't worried about whether it looked exactly like it was supposed to look. Then it even got more broken up into shapes and colors. And maybe you could do that. Now we have a landscape, a beautiful blue landscape, colors, mood. Maybe this is about being alone. Maybe it's just about a feeling. And then the sky becomes all these other colors. I don't know about you, but when I look up at the real sky, it doesn't look like that to me when I look at it. Then it became dots, just painted dots on a canvas. Does this artist even have any idea how to do a landscape at all? Did he not know how to do a building? Does he not know that the world is not made out of dots? Another landscape, I think, sort of has the same mood as the first landscape. And now we're just strictly into squares and color. This artist just has lines and nothing else. And then the lines are gone to absolutely nothing. Leonardo da Vinci. Beautiful rendering of the face, isn't it? The modeling, the shading, the features are perfect. He really knows how to draw. This guy really knows how to draw. David. Love, that was Napoleon, by the way. Portraits of famous people were awesome. If you were famous, you got your portrait. The light, the shadow, the beautiful pearl earring, a very famous painting. Look how he painted that cloth. That is really hard to do, people. Really hard to do. I don't know if any of you have ever painted cloth. Some of my painters that are here, cloth is tough, isn't it? It's amazing. Now I'm showing you this nude. This nude was modeled after this one by Titian, who is a much older painter. This was a very famous, accepted painting. It was hung up in every gallery possible. It was beautiful. It was Venus. She was looking at you. Oh, please, come over here. I am waiting for you. The child in the back, playing. The maid. The one on the right is more modern. That was one of the first Impressionists, and he modeled that painting after the first. The second one on the right was not hung anywhere. He was told, no, you cannot hang that in any museum, anywhere. Can anybody take a guess why not? And not for those who know the answer. Why would that painting not be hung up? It was painted just as well. Yes, I don't know some of your names. I'm just going to write you. Yeah, you.
Because it was a copy?
Because of the what?
It was a copy?
It was a copy? A lot of painters, a lot of artists use famous paintings in the past to emulate. Hans?
Art patrons at the time of the movement wouldn't have accepted anti-establishment works like that.
Well, why is that anti-establishment? How is that? I mean, this is a nude. She's laying on it. What's the difference? Yes?
Would it be the person in the background in the second photograph?
The person in the background? Why would that be a problem?
No idea.
Are you trying to say because the person in the background is black?
No.
I just don't know what.
I mean, you can't see their facial features, so.
Okay, well, it is her maid. It is an African American woman maid. Justinian.
Because it's pornographic, changing, trying to kind of ruin the role of women, maybe.
Okay, well, this is pornographic. Why is that one? Well, that one was accepted. This Titian one's famous. they wouldn't allow them to show it anywhere.
Could be a different time period.
Joe?
Maybe because standards have changed as we become more modern society.
I don't, but
In
that's.
the sense it's like something.
Can you tell me specifically what the problem was though? Like what's the standard that changed here?
Well, it's like back then, like art could have been accepted, like maybe like that, but now like in like modern society, something like that would kind of be too graphic.
Today, in today's world, there's people like, you know, acting nude singing on stages.
It's like the last one.
Okay, one more, we're gonna, yes.
The issue of the second one is that there's an intermingling of the races.
Excuse me?
There's the intermingling of the two races is the issue of the second.
No, but that is something that would be notable. Okay, I'm going to explain why. Just as work today is difficult for some of us to understand, this piece of artwork was difficult for the French at the time to understand because she was not Venus. She was a modern prostitute that he used as a model. He needed a model. So they wouldn't hang this painting because it wasn't a famous person. It wasn't a clothed woman who was of society. And she's staring at the viewer. God forbid a woman muse stare at the viewer. Usually it's to the side, usually it's noble and regal, but she's looking right at him. So they would not hang that painting because it was not a famous person, but a regular person off the street. Or maybe even if she wasn't a prostitute exactly, they're not sure. They're just making guesses because of the bow around her neck today and the flower in the hair indicated that. Just somebody that was taking you honestly. Another painting from the same person he couldn't get anywhere. She's clothed even, but you know what? She's just a barmaid. We don't want that hanging in the museum. She's not famous. Why are you painting this? We need royalty. Then you had Van Gogh, the tortured artist, who has blue eyebrows. Really? Green eyebrows. What is this guy doing? Did he run out of like brown? This artist didn't even put pupils in. Very simplified. And then this artist, de Kooning, kind of looks like a bit of a mess, doesn't it? Kind of all over the place. This is how the figure started to change. Then it became just really shapes and colors and people reading books, everyday activities. Then the people started to disappear. Is that people? Are those people? And there we're back to that primitive one. Wow, I've seen drawings when I taught preschool that are kind of like this. Very simple, on the street, so everybody can see. This one too, super simple. This is a portrait of Picasso. He drew that. He can draw. Did you know that? When you look at his famous works, would you be able to know that? But this is how he liked to really think of himself. That's him too. He painted that too. And then he really started to break it up. This is a classic sculpture. Then it became about a feeling. Then it became about a shape. Then it became more about just simple shapes. There's no heads on these people. I think they're people. They look like bats. Could that be the same type of setting, you think? Having those shapes as people? beautifully done head by Giacometti. Then he went to this, then he went to this, and then he went to that. All done by the same artist. And then he went to this. Just kidding, that was actually done by a 5th grader. How can drawing go from this to this? Those are people on the right. She thinks they are. Sculpture from this to this. And now we're back to the clocks and to the well-done traditional painting. Okay, let's talk about what side are you on? Luca,
I'm sorry, no?
you're starting it off. I saw you during the second video, almost having a...
Can I stand up?
Sure, and you can address the crowd and then ask who here thinks, agrees with the first video with the clocks, or the second video that modern art is just a joke. Put your hands up if you agree with the first video that a rock is art and those 2 clocks. Okay.
Alright, well, I'm with the first video. And I had Miss Quinn last year. I remember she did the same thing. She put the paper, crumpled it up, said, "Is this art?" And I said, "Yeah, it is art," just to like fool around and make a joke. But I actually learned why it is art, like, over the years. Like, I believe that if the viewer, the creator, has a meaning in what they say, like what they make, then it obviously is art, because art portrays feelings. That's what the point is. So like people, like guy in the second video, they have no right to say what the standard is, because who gives him the right? Some teacher. What the standard is. Like, I just think that's unfair. That's my opening argument. I have nothing.
Okay, Eric, would you like to take your stance on what your opinion is about this?
All right. I'm also on the same opinion as Luca. I believe that art is framed more. It's what makes a piece considered art to be art is not just there has to be some inclusion of skill. The more I feel, it's the skill of thought. It's the idea that there is a concept, there is a purpose behind the piece, and a lot of that may come with the stigma of, well, okay, so if there's something that the piece claims to be. There's this kind of defense that like, oh, it's too smart for me, or oh, this idea to discredit it because it's a purely conceptual piece. It's purely about the thought behind it, not the skill portrayed. And so with these 2 pieces, another big part is does it convey emotion? And we said art is supposed to convey emotion to the picture on the left without being informed, without understanding or knowing the concept. Well, then no, it doesn't. Well, the piece on the right does. But again, with that concept in mind, with the explanation to the clocks, and it does convey emotion to the extent an even stronger emotion, being about the disjoint time and the passing of life, than this portrait of a woman in a shaded background, or in a dark room, dark background, whatever you insinuate, shaded in the way she is. So to me, again, art is more of the concept behind it rather than the single portrait.
Who here in this room agrees with the second video that art, modern art, is just something for people to make money, is a joke, a scam? Okay, so would you please feel free to say your opinion. You may stand up and say why you think that. We're looking for that. Both sides. Go ahead. State your case, sir. Yeah. Stand up, please.
What's your name?
Come on, I know there's a lot of you out there. All of a sudden, you're all sitting here afraid to up the debate. All right, sir. What? Tell us.
I think, like Luca's right. Like, it does matter the thought you put into a piece, but like that should be taken into consideration. But like the amount of skill that's put into art, I find that to be more important. So, yeah, I don't really see much skill put into it, just like 2 blocks. But I find, so while that, like, yeah, that's still art, I just wouldn't say that's good art, in my opinion. While the right one, I would say it's good art. It's art, but it's not as good quality.
Okay.
So you measure art on the quality, not the creativity.
I say the creativity matters, but it does not matter as much as the amount of skill that's put into it. It does
And
matter.
skill to you is what? What is skill to you? Like, what's the skill set for you?
What do you mean?
Well, if you were an art critic and you're going to come in and say, I'm finding skillful art, what are you looking for?
If I can do it, then it's not that skillful. But it's like a really but if I can do it, or someone who's like a friend of mine who's a good artist has trouble portraying, like you were saying with their clothing, like how it was difficult.
Mm-hmm.
If he can't do that, but the artist can, then that's like a higher skill.
So you feel modeling something that looks like what it's supposed to look like is a skill set to you?
Yeah, that's
Okay. Okay. Justinian?
So I think for the skill, it's like the more skillful picture, like the better picture. I think that can also have
The better, which is the better picture?
Yeah, I'm not
I don't know
sure.
what the better picture is.
Well, the woman.
Oh.
And I think that can also have meaning behind it, and I think skill also adds another addition to the picture, because it's kind of crazy how you can see things and you could bring that through your hands and just put it on a piece of paper.
Okay. Thaddeus?
I believe that there's no real, that everything, both of these are both considered art, and they're both different styles of it, because as you were saying before, sometimes pictures, they weren't portraying shading or whatever, but in the picture on the right with the woman, the background is just black. Why didn't he paint a wall? Why didn't he paint a table? Why didn't he paint someone else? He decided to just shade it in all with black, making it technically have the same type of quality as the other one. Yes, it's just the wall on the other one that the clock's hanging on, but the woman, even though the clock did take a lot of time, he didn't put any time into making a background. She just painted it black.
So I suggested before that the clock could have taken a lot of time because you have to model it, right?
Yes. The
Okay.
clock did take a lot of time.
And honestly, I wasn't really there with Vermeer when he made it. So maybe he was really good at cloth and it didn't take as long as I thought. But does anybody know how long it probably took Felix Torres Gonzalez to do that? Does anybody know how long it took him to come up with this? Yes, do you know?
I think a minute, because it kind of just...
Oh, a minute? A minute? So you need to hang it, you mean, or?
No, I think, in my opinion, I think you could just take a picture of it, print it out, and then hang it, because it kind of looks like...
Okay, well, these are actual real clocks that are hanging there somewhere. Just so you know that.
Yeah.
Okay, like you need to take a picture of clocks in Torah. Okay. Yes, Joe. All right, guys.
I can't actually imagine how much time it actually took the two clocks to sync, because that means you have to get it down to the dot so that they...
That's true. There was a little bit of skill in getting those clocks exactly in sync. That's a good point. I get away. All right. What are you? Who thinks the picture on the left is not art?
Why?
All right, if you feel, oh, okay, here we go, knocked up. All right, guys, speak loud.
It's not like he sat there, put it on the wall, and drew the clocks. He just took let's say something like that shade and hung it up in a museum and said that's art. It's just an object. He didn't do anything with the object. He just took a picture of it. Didn't draw it, didn't do anything else with it. Where there you sat down and you drew it, and or you drew the girl, you drew anything else, and then therefore that's art.
Okay, so if I heard you correctly, what you're saying is that if he drew these two clocks, and that was a hyper-realistic drawing, then that would be art.
But who says art has to be drawn?
Or sculpted or whatever. If someone else made that and he just, took out his camera and just focused on it.
Well, they're two clocks. I have a picture of it, but they're really hanging.
When people look at the clocks, it means something.
Okay, who in this audience believes that that is art? And who would like to defend why they think it is art? Paul. What do you mean, all right, guys.
So, in my opinion, art is something that draws a reaction from the viewer, and well, in this case, it's drawing a reaction of both positivity and negativity, which is it not being art or it being art. But it's art because it's not just clocks on a wall. There's a reason that they're there. He didn't come up with this idea one day. Just put it up on a wall. Looks nice. Why not? But the whole idea of being in sync with it's more than just clocks. It's a symbol.
It's a symbol. And don't forget the name of this piece is called Perfect Lovers. And it's for two people being in sync. And would the clocks eventually fall out of sync, as people do? Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I think that those people,
Who are those people?
the clocks aren't really in sync. If you look closely, the red.
Alright, so you're saying that. Well, maybe.
It's like 5 seconds.
Hey, you know what? Excuse me, I'm glad that you need to let people talk. Go ahead.
The clock on the right is a little bit faster than the clock on the left by the second.
Right.
The second is pointed closer to the second one in the 11.
Do you think perhaps, wait a minute, why do you think that happened?
Well, I think what you said kind of made me realize better. When you said that they are lovers and that they fall apart, that kind of made me realize that it maybe can be art because the clock on the right is falling apart from the clock on the left. So it can be art. Maybe he really did just buy the clocks from a Walmart and time it all in.
Well, he probably did buy them from a store like that because they're just nondescript clocks you could find somewhere.
So maybe he did intend to put the clock on the right a tad off to make people rethink than just the picture and rethink what's inside the picture.
In all honesty, what's your name?
My name's Marcus.
Marcus, just so you know, I think he did start them off exactly the same. That was the point, and eventually they just drifted.
Okay.
Any other comments? Yes. Yes.
On another point.
Can you stand up, please, so we can hear you clearly? Stop talking.
On another point relating to what Marco said, there's a perspective too, so it's shot from a certain angle, so that would affect how you would see it. Just throwing that out there.
Okay. All right. Yes. Stand up. All right, whoever, if you have something to say about this, we would love to hear it, especially if it's about this. Or you need to talk to everybody.
I do think it's art. It's because if some random person did it, it wouldn't really mean anything because there's a story behind it, there's a meaning behind it, but it's just some random person. I would really consider it art. But it's not really just the clocks, it's what's behind it and the meaning, like what the person went through and thought and then finally did that.
Okay. Sean?
Well,
Stand up, Sean. Please.
You're saying, what Paul was saying, that it draws a reaction from people, but so do things like books and movies, and I think that it's not art and should be more associated. It's not associated with artistic value, and it's something that the average person can do. And I think that should be associated more with a story than maybe like a book rather than art. I think you say art is something that has to draw a reaction, whether it's positive or negative, that's kind of details.
Okay. Wait, hold on, let me get so I haven't heard, did I hear from you? Go ahead. Yeah.
I believe art is a form of entertainment, and if you look at that, it doesn't really look like any real thought went into it. You see that, and you see a brilliant man painted that. Like you said, the clock definitely didn't take 2 minutes to do. It looks like, you know, he just put 2 clocks up there. He lined them up so they're symmetrical, but that's all he really did. I believe that.
Okay, so what you're saying is if it takes a really long time to do something, it makes it better.
No, not really. I'm just saying that you could tell like every stroke in that painting was put with like you know, love and his passion into it. It looks like he just put clocks on the wall. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he did just put clocks on the wall.
Exactly.
Yeah, but there's a meaning to it. You know, like,
technically, I'll put 2 clocks on the wall.
You did it Can you see what the meaning is like when you look at it? What he
Yeah. All right, sorry, go ahead.
She is a beautiful woman. Clearly of loyalty, like you said before. And
we don't know that. There's no
He doesn't know that. It's his. That's what he sees of her.
Okay, so that's his viewpoint of her. So then, yes, it's art. When I look at that, of the clocks, I think of whoever made it. Wow, it's in unison. And then, you know, I feel like there's a meaning behind that too. You know, you can make a BS things about both of them, but it's the meaning to you and to the artist. So yes, they're both art.
Yeah, you could call it art. I still agree.
Joe, stand up, Joe, please. You will.
Well, I like to use this kind of like example. And so let's say you have like this beautiful woman. She's very kind, very sweet. She's like, you can ask for anyone better. But what if that beautiful woman didn't have a heart or a consciousness? She'd just be a husk. That's like, what art needs is meaning, because it needs that substance so that it makes it truly art, to get like, so the viewer can like understand what the artist was feeling and maybe feel those emotions themselves. And so like, because of that, that's why the meaning is one of those crucial parts of making something truly.
So I think
Can you talk, please, if you turn around and talk, it's hard for people to hear.
Sure.
Yeah, I think you should turn around and address the crowd.
I agree with both sides. Last year in the Chalou Parlor, there were these paintings, a couple sculptures, and then there was this long roll of paper with lines scribbled on it. And somebody said, "I don't see how that's art." And I said, "Yeah, that's definitely art." And with writing is art if you choose what you're going to say, even what we have to do in school with essays or what have you. So in songwriting, but with Hamilton is the show of the year, and it's radical. That's Lin-Manuel Miranda's best art. He's using actors of color to play white men, and how they're talking. Is that really how they would have talked? So that's being creative.
Okay, good crossover, Yes.
I mean, all right.
Loud.
This is back during sophomore year. I took AP World History. There's a teacher who no longer teaches at the school, but he said something when we would analyze pieces of periods in world history, and this is something that I apply to anything I look at, is pretend that the artists knew what they're doing. The suspension of disbelief. And its importance to titles. And I feel that the titles in these two pieces are significant. I mean, you don't. So the one on the left is called, what was it? Lovers and Sing. What was it? Perfect Lovers.
Perfect Lovers.
Perfect Lovers. All right. So you take that title and you take the piece with the two clocks completely sync, or in unison, slowly, over time, they disperse, they go their own ways. So, is that perfect? No, it's imperfection. Perfection would be to stay in sync, all right? But then that puts into question, well, if they are lovers and if this is supposed to be symbolic of relationships in life, there's no such thing as a perfect relationship. So the piece, in essence, kind of makes the correlation that even though it is titled Perfect Lovers, even though it's supposed to be this depiction of perfection, in no realistic means can it ever remain perfect. It will always fall out of sync no matter what. All right, so to that extent, if a suspension of disbelief, the artist knew what they were doing, they've portrayed and conveyed that message. And then for the portrait on the right, it's called the girl with the pearl earring, right? The girl with the pearl earring, that's all. So, all right, why is the background black? Well, the importance, the significance isn't in the background. It's in the girl. And the earring, the pearl earring, you could say, okay, well, why is that included, even though it's barely highlighted? I mean, if you were to look at that without being aware of the title, you may never even realize that there's significance to the pearl earring. So again, you have to kind of give the artist this suspension of disbelief. They know what they're doing. That's why they gave it this title. So the only thing that is visible in that portrait is this girl and very vaguely her pearl earring. And that's why it's secondary in the title. It's not, it is not what is being presented. It's not the pearl earring of the girl. So that's something that I think is really important to keep in mind is believe the artist knows what they're doing.
Sorry, I gotta call this guy here, because he's been sitting there. Yes. Yeah.
What I would
No,
say about
excuse me, not you back.
Oh.
Sorry. I don't know where this is. Is that Marcus?
Marcos.
All right, Marcos.
I think,
All right, guys.
when we had the sideshow before, there was a rock that you had, and it said $10 million on it.
Right.
I think that kind of goes with that. I don't think that's all right. I think I could go to the beach, say I grab a rock, say I went to the Grand Canyon and got it, said it took me 15 days to carve out, and I could sell it for $2,000. Like, I think that right there, that can't be art. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
wait. Are you just saying now that just absolutely
that
cannot?
can't, like,
Cannot.
outside the box. Literally, that's a box. That's inside. Like, right? You said you go to the beach and you just get a rock and that's art? Yeah. But there's no emotion behind it. No, I said that's not art. I could say that's art and sell it. Exactly. If you actually have a real, like, not fake, like desire to do that and put something like your feelings behind that rock and show your feelings through that rock to other people, then yes, it's art. But if you're just going to the beach and getting a rock, then no, it's not art. It's just you getting a rock and that person just went
Can't have chaos. Can't have chaos. I know it's like we're wrapping this up.
Okay, so, excuse me, what is your name? Agree with Robert from the second video, right? Where you said you believe it's under the standards of art, right? Is that what you're saying? It's not, it's on lower. What time and effort? Okay, are you saying it's lower standards?
Also, we're back. It takes time.
Yes. Yeah, like, I'm asking, is it lower standards? Is it lower standards, yes or no? Yeah, lower standards. What gives you the right to say what's a standard if the creator made it and not you? So what gives you the right to make it under the standard?
But what gives right to other people who say it's on the standard? Because a lot of people.
No one has the right. It's only.
But everybody has different
But you don't have an opinion to say it's a lower standard. The standard is based on the creator. So if you get a rock and you say I'm just getting a rock, then it's not art. You're setting the standard that it's not art.
Even if they
we don't know.
anyone can do that.
Yeah, but why don't you go to the common thing? Because I are. Because you want to.
That's right, and that's why. Yes. Stand up, please, speak loudly. Gentlemen. Last comments, we can have the floor.
What gives you the right to question my opinion?
Listen, everybody in this room, everybody in this room is completely entitled to their opinion. And
I'm not giving them.
they really are. They're entitled to their opinion. But remember, and your opinion is quite strong by citing that can't be art. That's a pretty bold statement. It's not something I would buy. It's not something I like. I don't respond to that. It can't be. That's a pretty big statement. That's like, you might as well go over to the moment and rip it off the wall and say, this can't be. So you're saying it can't. And by the way, I framed certain things when I showed them to you without trying to give any kind of opinion. It's hard for me not to, as a modern person, stop talking. And just because it's possible that Vermeer rendered the cloth so well, doesn't, to me, make it any better than the cloths. I said it on purpose. Oh, look how hard it is to do. Anybody who's painted cloth, isn't it hard? That's one aspect, one little mini aspect of making things. And we have absolutely no idea how long it took the gentleman on the left to find a way to speak about his love. We have no idea. Maybe it took him when walking through Walmart and looking at the clocks. You know what? I could use this. And why is that such a problem? Yes. Great, yeah.
Yeah, no, that can't be art because he didn't create those clocks. He didn't like sculpt it out of anything. He went through Walmart or somewhere like Walmart and found two clocks and got them together, brought them home, and hung them up. So,
but he did create that.
No, all he did was yeah,
Two different types of art.
He didn't sculpt it.
So you're stuck back in. Wait a minute. When I showed you the picture of the nude prostitute woman, and that wasn't able to go to the museum, isn't that kind of like, really?
Yeah. Someone sat down on the canvas and drew that and painted it.
Yeah, but that wasn't allowed to be hung up anywhere. It was called not art.
He's taking a clock that other people made, like working in a factory, and he didn't make those clocks, he just hung them up.
So you are really stuck in the craft. He has to get the wood and make the clock.
Why didn't this be art?
You're getting stuck in the classroom.
I was going to say that there are two different kinds of art displayed here. One, there's the art of taking pictures, which is what I think he did with the cloths. I'm just saying that art of like photography took a picture of the cloths that are on the wall. And then there's the art of painting where he didn't take a picture of it. That's two different kinds of art. And then maybe if there was the same kind of art, it would make the debate, I guess, easier to understand for other people. But I mean, it's like fighting about two different things, saying they're two different topics, two different categories. I think that makes sense.
Well, they may be in two different categories, but they're both.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're both art, but I'm not saying it's not for me to decide which one's better or not. It's my own opinion, so I mean.
Well, I'm not gonna say what is better.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, wait. All right, yes, glasses.
Okay.
I'm
You're making a comment.
okay, slide, please.
The other gentleman had said that the artist did not make the clocks. You could say the same thing for a painter. He didn't make the paint. Or he didn't
I said, well, he might have, and what does it mean? So what you're saying is that if you're within his studio, and somebody said, I made this paint for you, could you hear it? It's not a painting, actually, you didn't paint.
No, I'm saying, I'm trying to that's the reason why I'm not there. I'm kind of saying, you can make the same argument there, but maybe you might consider the painting art, which I think is a story.
Thank you, yes. All right, guys.
So you think about it, if you forego the title.
Stop talking, please.
If you forego both pieces of art's titles, right, and you forego their meanings, and you just look at them for what they are, which one came out with the better final product? Even if they had the same amount of time put into it, same amount of effort, but which one came out better?
The clock. What's your definition
Are you
of better?
Okay, wait a minute. Eric just said something that I was going to say. Well, if I had 2 clocks in my art studio, hanging just like that, would somebody walk in and say, why do you have 2 clocks?
Yeah.
And then I would probably say, knowing me, why do you think? What do you think? Well, they both have the same time. Yeah, and I can kind of continue the conversation and say, I've had those hanging up for a month. They're like the same time. Then it would be, well, you think they're ever going to not be? I don't know. And then you got a conversation. Now, for the people here in the room that don't like the clocks or don't think it's art, Marcos, who says it cannot be art. If you ever go somewhere, my friend, and these clocks are on display, you're going to be with somebody, possibly, who says, there's 2 clocks. And you're going to be able to tell them. Think about it.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock.
And then they're going to say, what are you, nuts? You're going to say, no, that's the story. Yes. Yes.
He said at first that how come the French program for art, I don't know what it's called, how come they can tell them that they can't hang the art from the art movement? So if that's the case, then they're both art is what you guys are, well, first of all, you're like contradicting each other. They are contradicting.
Who's contradicting?
Luca's like contradicting what he's saying. Because he's saying that, what's the meaning in that? Well, I don't know what the guy's thinking.
All I'm saying is, bro, is both those are art.
That first you said that. First you were like, oh, this is art. This is just art.
No, they're both art.
Okay. They're both art. Well, I don't agree with it.
Okay, but like I'm just saying, the artist made that has art and has a meaning in it. You do not have the right to say it's not art. You do not have the right.
You asked me, what is the meaning of that?
Oh, which one's the better one? I don't know the meaning of that.
Are they both aesthetically appealing? Like, when you see them,
well, it's they say, oh, I could have done that, right? Basically, it kind of looks like it was done very easily, because you can set clocks very easily, and it just doesn't seem like it was something that was too hard to do, and it may be very meaningful, but the meaning is not what's going on.
Okay. That didn't answer my question whatsoever. I'm asking you. That was your answer.
I think that's more interesting to males our age. If somebody has a switchblade knife, so they stab it into a table, and then somebody else pulls out the same knife, the same exact knife, and then stabs it in the same spot. That's the same thing as this. So, because with the switchblade, how you actually have to flip it out, and that's a little more complex with how it was synced, but.
Alright, so.
So what you're saying is the object makes it what?
Wait, guys.
Like, are you trying to say that if you saw two switchblades in the same position, in the same like sort of scenario, you would think that that's more aesthetically appealing? I'm being a younger man. Yeah.
I'm just asking because I don't think we would think that's art either. I think it would be more appealing, but this may be art, but yeah, I'm like, yes, there.
Okay, see, what I'm seeing here, or what I'm hearing here from many people, honestly, is that there is a willingness on some ends here for people to look behind the actual physical work. And then there are people that are not willing to look beyond that they're clocks and that they were bought possibly at Walmart. If you're not willing to look behind why he chose those items and hung them next to each other, then you won't get that. I'm not asking you to change your mind, but you won't get it if you can't get past. Back to the knives. If somebody puts a knife at a table and then somebody else does it next to it, it is not the same thing, because it is not purposeful. It's somebody putting a knife at a table and another person. And by the way, my little piece of art wasn't art, because I crumbled it and I threw it on a table. I had no real purpose. I'm saying I did not have a purpose. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, wouldn't some argue that the purpose of art is to like express something that you can't really express with words, right? So, can you easily express with words? Two clocks are like a relationship, like with a couple. Like just explain with words. It's much harder to explain the actual physical features of like a woman. You get what I'm saying? Or if you like.
Well, I think we finally got to where we needed to be after all this time, folks. It's like, what is the purpose of art? If you think the purpose of art is, my God, this took me 5 weeks to make. I can't believe I had to paint over that eye 5 million times. Oh, wow, it's amazing. That's a purpose. And if you think that's a purpose. Or a purpose could be, wow, I just used very simple materials and I think I nailed my idea. That's a purpose. What is the purpose is right. Is the purpose to show that Vermeer can paint beautiful tones? Is the purpose to show an idea about a couple and a relationship? In another way? Yeah.
Is there also behind, like, the girl with the...
No, it's a portrait of her.
Even there could be an issue.
Okay, so
There's a feeling to it.
he doesn't
Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for bringing up the point of the meaning of the girl with pearl earring, because I mean, when you think about it, these both stand on like the same sort of platform when it comes to having meaning to people. Now, the clocks have meaning to the artists themselves, but it also has meaning to all of us, because the clocks represent the inevitability of time and desynchronization between people and relationships that most people will likely have, and how they will all, one way or another, can all end. Please go with pearl earrings, talking about something to the
artist and to the family of the model that was doing the portrait. I mean, it all comes down to purpose and meaning. So what makes one less valuable than the other outside of one was taken from materials that were already made in a Walmart for some reason.
Let's have a meeting. But say if I left this outside, right? A plug died in it, right? Should I bring this and say that this is art? Like, I agree with your meeting part.
No, because you left it outside and the plug died in it.
Yes, but I agree with your meeting
But you
part.
did it purposefully, leave it outside, we're gonna do there would be bugs, to see how many bugs we could left.
But those blocks, I think that the person who came out of like that basketball.
But then I would rip it and say, oh,
There's no
Yeah.
finite.
And they agree with me.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying she should have gone.
I know, she's supposed to.
well, the perfect lovers is a
You're supposed to disagree with me, so it makes
But
sense.
no, I'm on your side.
No, Miss Hunt.
No, go ahead, Mom.
I think that what makes no, no one is brought to disagree or agree. We're brought to talk about the art.
Yeah, but that's right. And sometimes titles.
So
aren't the class themselves sort of the same, in the same way, like me, students versus.
That honestly, no,
Other
Lewis was
people
supposed
idea
to
where
be
it's like
on the side of
tissue
there has to be
another
samples.
tool.
The thing is that Lewis didn't talk about anything because Lewis, here's
I would call this art if I did this every year and saved them all.
I know, it's
And-
aesthetics.
and-
And
and-
Lewis, if he were to stick, Lewis were to stick with his opinion. No, if he were to stick with his opinion, what would have been is
When I just
on
take
the
pictures
exact
and
It was once, I know, this is, I noticed that halfway
And
through.
some kids don't know how to say it.
No, I'm saying
Because
why-
it's just on the table. I don't
why-
see it.
or not.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's.
Just say.
I mean, I showed you a slide to show how.
Well, I mean, you guys provided the other
Start
side.
with realism and they end up with.
Yeah, but because if you look at it, there's an equal amount. It was equally
He based it on
distributed
that
that
meaning.
some people said, okay, both are art, and then others said, no, clocks aren't.
Yeah, but it was just kind of weird, like the entourage.
I know. Lewis was supposed to be the other side, but he just
You know, I told my guys when I came to class, I said, come on, let's go down there. They walked ahead of me and they turned around and said, it's filled up.
It's
So
packed in here.
we went back to our
I never contradicted myself either.
What's that?
I've never, the kids said I contradicted myself. I never contradicted myself. I'm just mad. Now I'm in the back.
You know, I try not to put a spin on the artwork I show, but I was trying to show how art shifts. You know, it ends up as a,
It was
oh, it
fascinating. It was
shifts.
fascinating.
You know, and
It
like
would've made
hoping that it would be open to the clocks when they see that art can
I
be.
think a lot of people just thought that clocks were literally a picture instead of actual clocks.
Yeah, no, that.
I don't know why they got, yeah.
It would have been better though if Lou disagreed.
But I still think
they
they
would
would
give
do
two sides. Like I give opening statement,
Louis
then Lou
did
gives
speak
opening
more.
statement,
Yeah.
and then everyone can relate. Like I thought Eric and Lou were gonna disagree with me.
Yeah.
I could
He
have done
did.
that. I could have done both sides, yeah.
But you should have. Like you should have told him. Eric said he didn't know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the conversation was great, everyone, you know, knew exactly what.
No,
It's an easy topic.
it was quiet
God
beginning,
back
and
there was
everybody
there.
was getting crazy.
If he wasn't, that kid wasn't there, it wouldn't have gotten as loud. So I'm
You
happy.
need to have somebody.
Is that Mark put back a rock, they said, I could just get a rock off the beach and sell it?
Yeah, I said, well, then you would just be getting a rock off the beach. But what if I put my lacrosse stick outside and a bug came in? I'm gonna have this is art. I said, no, you put your lacrosse stick outside and a bug went in it.
Again,
It wasn't purposeful.
It's a hard concept to grasp because
With the clocks, it's a lot of,
there's a lot of factors.
Well, he didn't
going
have an
into
idea.
Exactly.
But you can pick up your lacrosse stick and see it and go, oh, I have an idea. What would happen if I started, you know, then you get an idea.
Then it's like,
But
okay.
look at, thank you.
I think that, you know, the sport of lacrosse correlates with, I don't know, the societal standards that people who play lacrosse are of a higher class. And so,
Oh,
what
please,
if I pick up-
their heads would explode.
Exactly, yeah.
Like,
So they can't.
Well, I look to bring, when I look at these or like the clocks, I like the question, like I wonder, the question why, like, why is one of the, why are they both like, why is?
Why are
is
they hanging
to
here?
left and right, why is the top?
Well, I try to, I mean, over the years, what I try to talk about is three things: balance, varying degrees of intellect, emotion, and aesthetics. Those two things have to come in different degrees into the purpose or intent.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, and then as far as the two clocks go, the fact that they were perfectly in unison, you would see them slowly not become that.
That was cool. I
It's
didn't, until you
part of
highlighted
the-
that, I wouldn't have picked that, because I couldn't see the movement or anything. It wasn't.
It's a
Well,
sculpture.
yeah, it's a sculpture.
And it's something that I think should have been explained to them, that this was in a museum, that they were
Well,
running.
she did,
And
and I
ultimately-
did, and they're hanging up in a museum.
And ultimately, it's quite a poetic thing to talk about. Was it the lovers of the poem?
They're perfect.
And
So
that
everything
was
was
right.
perfect. And he was like, well, that one's a little off. I said, yeah, but I know that piece. I said, yes, but Felix Torres Gonzalez set them together.
And even
Very
as you
pointedly to see if they would stay together. And whose battery was going to run out first, meaning who's going to die.
And that's very poetic.
I
Not
know.
even that, it's that he was gay, and this is a
Yeah, yeah.
so already there's
You
a
know
whole.
what, Eric, if you even went there.
Yeah, that's a whole nother level.
Yeah.
I mean, I was still trying to deal with the fact that I should hang up the news and say cross. But that painting was not allowed to be anywhere. And it's so well done.
Absolutely.
The kids are looking at it.
The prostitute? Who's that?
The Manet painting. She was
Oh,
on the
it's
bed.
Monet? It looked like a big white blob with a head on it. Oh, this thing, I think it was.
And I'm
Yeah,
Okay.
super allowed me to.
It's Monet, Degas, Cassatt, and all those. I took a class that used to meet at the Museum of Fine Arts Boston. It's all pretty impressions.
I mean, you get emails saying go to our room. Right there. Yeah, sure, we're meeting there.
Hey there. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
My class, the only you guys coming.
As far as I know,
Wow.
you never know.
Special treatment.
I might get a surprise, some surprise visitors.
You never know.
You never know,
Yeah,
Ms.
exactly.
Simonson.
When people
You never
show
know.
up.
You never know.
And she enjoyed that, she enjoyed it. Hey, she's up. That's good. I think someone put on Snapchat, not so that would use on she says it's so much solo, which is serious. She was like that.
What? Are you taking, attendance?
Yeah, I'm gonna take attendance, but, why don't you guys, I think we're gonna be the only class here, so why don't you guys move into the first two rows? First two rows, guys, or three, let's say, first three rows.
I know, I was messing with you. I was messing with you.
You're what? Oh, okay. Just do first three rows, please.
Okay.
Yeah. That's your lunch?
Yeah. Because I don't want to be late for this.
Yeah, okay.
I just, maybe after I sign in here, I'll get the video to, the website to come up. That's my screen.
Oh, good.
You know, but I actually have the movie on my Chromebook. So I was just wondering if signing in is going to put it up.
Yes.
If not, I'll call it.
Hey guys.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, great.
I think it'll be okay. Because I know that it.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you, and then I have mine. Thank you very much, Mr. Cruz, I appreciate that. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, gentlemen, good morning, or afternoon as it is, 5 minutes after 12. Good afternoon. Good. So this is we'll be watching a portion of a documentary that's entitled Dark Girls. And the reason why this is important is because there's a history attached to this stigma of women with dark skin. In every group of people of color, there is some stigma attached to women with darker skin. Okay? So, although this is a very large concern in the African American community, it's also a concern globally. We'll hear from a woman from Korea who talks about her experience, and we'll also hear from some gentlemen who talk about their own experience of living in countries outside of the United States and dealing with this concern. Okay. So, what I'm going to invite you to do right now is to turn around to the people who are near you. And I'd like you to think about this. What are some touchstones, would you say, to our problem of slavery in the United States? What would be some things that would have happened during slavery that were, that you might think would kind of perpetuate themselves now? So I would think about, the segregation movement in the 60s, right? The desegregation movement, where Dr. King said, he's the one who kind of led that force for desegregation of the schools and other venues. So just think about some things that happened during slavery. How were people treated? What was life like then for people who were living in the South? Just have a little conversation among yourselves. Okay. 2 minutes. I have sound. Here's the weird thing. So now that's up there, but now my screen is to me. So one of the kids got wet, but at least that's up there now, so that's good.
So I was just saying,
Any thoughts? Some thoughts? What would life have been like for people back then? Think about the relationship of slave to slave owner. Mr. Crowan? Mm-hmm. Good. Okay, great. Somebody else?
Slavery was legal, and so even after it was made illegal, people didn't see it as immoral, and so some of the like biases and opinions still like continue to I guess move forward in history, even though it was
Good, good. Anybody else? Some implications. What was life like back then? What about families? What happened with slave families and the owners? Yes, sir.
Like families with slaves, they kind of came together more, so they were kind of forced to like come together.
Good. Good. Yes, sir.
I think like some families were broken up, like when they were sold slave owners.
Yes, they were broken up. Yes, okay. So all these things, we don't think about this because we live in 2016 and this happened in the 19th century. But there are implications that happen all down the many years that affect people today. Okay? And if you think about, I like to think on the positive side first, right? Your families, I'm sure, have some traditions that they practice maybe around the holidays, huh? Like grandma makes that special cake or pie or dessert or dinner. Anybody? Grandma make a special? Okay. She only makes it at Christmas or maybe at Easter or somebody's special occasion, right? Or maybe you have a practice of, somebody's birthday, a 16th birthday or 21st birthday, maybe it's a big deal, okay? So there's some traditions. But on the negative side, because people were not treated well back then, there are some implications of things that happened that continue to happen today. And it's unfortunate, but this is the reality of life, okay? So as you're listening to the beginning of this video, I'd like you to think about that. The people who are going to speak are going to talk about that experience of slavery and how that has continued to affect how people think about color, especially in the African American community, right down to today. Dr. Bleasdale, do you know, am I supposed to be speaking in this microphone?
No, it picks up whatever's in the area.
Okay, fine, good.
I mean, feel free if you want to sing or.
No. I'll pass on that, thanks.
From 1619 to 1865, we were essentially chattel in this country, in the United States. We were nothing more than animals or beasts. That's 246 years. Imagine that. Okay, so here, visual. 246 years in the condition of enslavement, where, forget beauty, we weren't even human beings. Then we got emancipation without a plan. 1865 to 1964, we were really in a position of post-enslavement, people without real rights. And then hits the civil rights movement, 1965 to the present. Well, if we look at that, this amount of time in, this amount of time out, but of that time out, really only that much time out, because for most of that time from 1619 to 1965, we had no basic rights in this country. Forget beauty. We weren't even considered people in the eyes of the law, nor in the eyes of our neighbors in the country and in the world. And so beauty is just a small piece of a much bigger animal. And until we understand that much bigger animal, we'll never understand the issue of colorism.
The definition of colorism, we'll talk about this.
We know during the time that they were enslaved, there were others who had been either from birth
birth rate from slave owners who had produced children who were somehow different in complexion than others. These children, they were stratified within that society, dependent upon their complexion. There were sometimes more than 64 distinctions in terms of color shade, hair gradation, and those kinds of stuff by name. And the culture, the society will actually learn these subtle distinctions and apply them such that people then will allocate status based on that.
The racism that we have as a people amongst ourselves is a direct backlash of slavery. The house niggas versus the field niggas. The paper bag rule, if you're darker than a paper bag.
Well, I know growing up in Harlem, I've heard others mention things regarding the paper bag test or being a member of Snow and Blow. If your skin was white as snow and it blew in the wind, that gave you some level of credibility or desirability.
The paper bag test, when I first heard about it, my mother told me about it. If you were lighter than the brown paper bag, then you was considered beautiful, smart. You passed that test. If you were darker than that, then you were considered dark and unattractive.
I think it has to do with the history of colonization. I think that's the first piece of it. The way in which these different nations have been colonized over the years, largely by, but not exclusively, by European armies who, not only in terms of a physical colonization of invading these countries, but also a cultural invasion into these countries and shifting the perspective of people and creating a sense of beauty, a sense of identity, a sense of superiority. And of course, in the history of colonization, people are taught that the colonizer is the superior. And you know, if the superior looks a certain way and you want to become more elevated in yourself, you aspire to this.
These mass kinds of tragedies and traumas, whether it's a group of people suffering starvation or a Holocaust, slavery, affect us on an energetic level. When you look deeper and deeper into the atom and smaller particles, all you end up with is energy and vibration and the interaction of energy waves. In the vibration of the cells and the DNA is this energy frequency of the trauma. And what a tremendous negative energy wave slavery was.
What we've been talking about and what we spend time with is to attempt to shift that internalized colorism, if you will, the sense that being dark-skinned is good. And we've had moments. Black and Berries, we didn't just say it loud, I'm black and I'm brown. But they've been short-term moments because we consistently exist in a broader, worldwide, white supremacist framework where color and one's approximation of whiteness is valued around the world.
Just going to pause for a moment to talk a little bit about colorism. So, you know, this is a direct effect of slavery, right? So I'll give you an example from my own family. So my maternal family has, there was an ancestor 2 generations before me who came from Ireland, okay? So they are very fair, right? My paternal parents came from, my paternal grandparents, one was Haitian, one was a full-blooded Cherokee, okay? So they were dark. So when my parents got married, my maternal my mother's family wasn't real happy that my father was darker than my mother, okay? So that was like a thing that I realized very early on. And I was always told by my mother's family, oh, like I love the seashore, and I love to go to the shore, and I love to get a tan, and I tan very easily. And I would come from the shore, and my grandma would say, oh my God, you're black. I'm like, well, yeah, I knew that. Thanks for telling me, Grandma. Or my aunt would say, oh my God, you're this like understanding in a sense that because of slavery, you know that, for example, I'll use Thomas Jefferson, right? Thomas Jefferson, we know now, had two families. He had his white family, then he had his African-American family because he had children with a slave woman, okay? So the children who were biracial tended to be favored because they were lighter than the children of the slaves, you know? So they talked about the field slaves and the house slaves. So the house slaves tended to be the lighter-skinned slaves. So they worked in the house, they learned how, you know, the women learned how to sew, they probably learned how to read a little bit and write, they probably learned how to cook and, you know, how to set the table for a party and all those things. But the darker-skinned women would have been out in the fields working. They were not favored, okay? So you see the implications of that even up to today, you know? Now, when I go out with my cousins, who are all very fair, my mother's side of the family, they're very light-skinned. They have green and blue eyes, very sandy hair, color. You know, people say to me, oh, are they your friends? I'm like, no, they're my cousins, you know? So the range of color spans across our family, where when I go to Louisiana to visit those cousins, they all look like, you know, they're my color, okay? So this is a problem that has continued in the African-American community. She talked about the paper bag test. Did anybody catch that? The paper bag test, what's that? What's the paper bag test?
They gave a figure lighter than a paper bag, and you were considered, you know, beautiful and you were favored, but you were darker than a paper bag, you were favored differently.
So that implication continues. You know, just this past year, Viola Davis, who you'll hear on the video here, she's an actress. She went to Juilliard in New York, graduated from Juilliard as an actress. She's very dark-skinned. You know, she was the first woman of color to win an Emmy, a TV Emmy. And, you know, here we are, 2016 already, you know? So this image of not having people on TV who are dark-skinned has continued, you know, here in the United States. And it's not just here, it's also in other countries, as we're going to find out. Okay, stand up. And I'm going to ask you to find somebody to talk to and talk. I would like you to talk about what is a stereotype. What is a stereotype? Have a conversation with somebody not sitting near you. Okay, stop your conversation. Now I'd like you to find somebody else to talk to. Listen to my question. I'd like you to find somebody else to talk to. What's a stereotype that you have heard that relates to teenage boys? What's a stereotype about teenage boys that you have heard? know, this is what happens with stereotypes, right? You know? So you see how this colorism issue is a stereotype, right? You know, that people are judged by the thing in your body that is least important. You know? I have a very good friend who passed away a number of years ago. She's white. She needed a kidney transplant. And because she had a very bad infection, she needed 4 pints of blood immediately. We were the same blood type. I gave, we even had the same antibodies. The doctor said, I haven't seen this in a long time. I gave her the 2 pints of blood. Okay? Her family's from Germany. Right? We have the least, this melanin is the least thing that's a characteristic of a human being. You know? But yet, we put a lot, we pile a lot of stereotypes on top of that color because we have this history, right? We can't get rid of the history. You know? It's stuck. We're kind of stuck there in many cases. Okay? All right. As you're continuing to listen, I want you to think about stereotypes. What kinds of stereotypes are you hearing? Okay?
My mother, she got pregnant, married at 15. She was a woman who was beautiful, smart, all those, never tapped into her ability. And that was my first example of black womanhood. Grew up in a predominantly white community, so constantly being called nigger, black, ugly nigger, those words together. Never seeing any examples on television or in film of anyone associated with beauty or softness or kindness or femininity that looked like me. And then going to the welfare camp. That's where I went to, the camp for, low-income kids. That's where you saw all the black kids. And then they were doing the same thing to me. Black, ugly, nigger. And so, at that point, where do you get it from? Where do you pull it from?
I think that these, conceptions about, color come from within our race. I feel like certain people who may have lighter skin try to boost their self-esteem and boost their, their self-worth up by putting others down because they know that darker skin, I guess, is considered beautiful, and so that kind of puts them up on that pedestal, like saying, hey, I'm more beautiful than you because my skin is fair.
You know what's weird? I get a lot of compliments about my complexion from white people. They love my skin. And it's sad to say, but as a younger person coming up, white people really made me appreciate my skin color. Black people made me question it.
A friend of mine had recently had a baby, and I was very happy for her. And so, it was my first time seeing the baby, and the baby was beautiful. And she said, girl, I'm so glad she didn't come out dark. And when she said it, it felt like a dagger, like someone took a dagger and stuck it in my heart because I was used to expecting hearing things like that from other races. But this was someone that I considered to be my sister.
So many of us are trained, even as children, would come up and show so many images to try to make it a truth. So when you get married, everybody's wearing white. When you go to the funeral, everybody's wearing black. And day is perfect and fabulous and wonderful, and night is sinister and negative. So we can address it to ourselves, so we can connect it to ourselves, so we can justify hating this beautiful, wonderful color that we have.
I think the problems within the black community has to do more with our lack of unity than about actual racism. We don't really see each other as being part of the community, partly because we don't have a language. We don't have something tangible aside from our skin color, which, as you can see, with mixed children, sometimes that's not even present. I see a lot of times within the black community, and when I say black, I mean anybody of color.
African American, African immigrants, Caribbean American, you have color, to me you're black. And in the black community, it's like, no, I'm not black, I'm Caribbean, or I'm not black, I'm Haitian. You know, to put it in very crass terms, if the Ku Klux Klan is running through here, they're not gonna be like, oh, don't hang her because she's Haitian. No, you're black. We're all together.
I think skin color amongst the black community is a huge issue in our time. And you still hear a lot of commentary, you still hear preferences. And now with like the age of like the internet and blogs, now you really get to see what people are really thinking because they can hide behind computers and people can make their comments, and it's really shocking and disgusting at the same time to see a lot of the comments that are made by black people about other black people.
Just recently, one of my younger cousins, he's a senior in high school, posted on Facebook on his status, I love white girls, just period, and nobody can do anything about it. And I commented on his status and said, you know, that's fine, just make sure you don't discriminate. And then one of his friends posted, it's not, you know, their fault that white skin just looks better on females. It wasn't so much like I felt like it was an insult to me exactly. I mean, I just felt like it was sad that someone who I knew, a young guy who was part of my family and his friends, and then other people in my family as well feel that way, like really feel that way, and it was just really upset me.
Show me the smart child. And why is she the smart child?
Because she is white.
Okay. Show me the dumb child. And why is she the dumb child?
Because she hates.
Well, show me the ugly child. And why is she the ugly child?
Because she believes.
Show me the good-looking child. And why is she the good-looking child?
Because she likes skinny.
It's really, I think, important that we begin to understand how early in our life that begins to affect how we see our identity. I have a 4-year-old who, at 2 years of age, was really beginning to demonstrate to me how the images that she saw, whether it's on the Disney Channel or whether it's in a animation, how different she is from the images that are portrayed.
Raising my daughter, it is very different from raising my sons.
So I just want to stop here for a minute to talk about what you just saw. So what you just saw there is called the Dolls test. This test was developed in the 1940s by the first African-American psychologist to graduate from Columbia University. And he developed this test because he was asked by the NAACP. Do you know what the NAACP is? Yes? Who can tell us what's the NAACP? Yes? That's right. It was founded in the 1940s by a group of African-American people who felt that they needed some representation with the government and some representation in the United States, and so they formed this group. So, you know the case Brown versus the Board of Education in 1954, where a father took the country, the United States, to court in the South because his son and his children were unable to get a decent education. You know that there was segregation among the schools, right? So there were black schools and white schools, and because of this, Brown versus the Board of Education, they started the desegregation, forced desegregation of schools in the South. You know, there was a law that white people couldn't teach black children and black teachers couldn't teach white children, and that the schools were separate. And what would happen was that the black schools would not get any kind of funding, so whatever was left over from the textbooks or their old equipment they were getting in the black schools. So because this was so prevalent in the South and children were not getting a decent education, Dr. Clark, who developed this DOLS test, developed this test specifically to get children to see that they were, not respecting themselves. They were not respecting who they were because they had, this bad image of themselves. It's kind of perpetuated, right? That stereotype, right? So Dr. Clark testified before the Supreme Court to talk about this test that he developed. Now think about this, okay? That was 1940-something, right? Here we are, 2016. That video was made in 2012. That little girl, still, was the ugly child, was the dumb child, right? So this has perpetuated itself. So I'd just like you to hear a short clip of Dr. Clark talking about this test.
To the DOLS study today?
Well, what I see now is that we have to help white children as well as black children to develop positive, healthy sense of their own being, the self-respect. Racism, as I see it, is indicative of lack of self-respect among all the groups. You don't hate other human beings if you have a positive sense of your own being. Have those dolls there as the beginning of communicating a sense of humanity and decency. I found, by the way, that in our studies, we did have some children who had parents or other adults who helped them in this, and they did not reject the brown dog. It can be done. You can teach children to respect themselves as a basis for respecting their fellow human beings.
We're going to shoot his boxes in, didn't he?
So, Dr. Clark, sorry.
We put it in the brief, and he decided to hold our feet to it.
So Dr. Clark, talked about the fact that as time has gone on, there's been a lot of progress. If we had time, there's an interview with Anderson Cooper from CNN where he does the DOLS test in Mississippi. And toward the end of the interview, it's kind of interesting because he has these kids come in, both white and black kids. And toward the end of the interview, the black kids at the end say, when he says, who's the smart child, they point to the doll that looks like them, And he says, why? And he says, because my mommy tells me that I'm pretty and I'm smart, Or my mommy tells me that I'm handsome, So we have made some progress, but, just thinking about the fact that still the majority of children that are given that DOLS test, and this is given practically every year somewhere in the United States, somebody's doing this test with a group of kindergartners, first graders, second graders, that the majority of children of color still do not see themselves as the smart child or as the beautiful child. Okay, all right, so we'll continue. So I'd like you to think about, here's a case where the mother is lighter than the daughter, okay? And so she's going to talk about, what impact this has had on her daughter, right? Sometimes people don't think that these kids belong to the parents. They're like, why is this happening? So it's interesting to hear what the mom has to say.
Especially since I'm not going to know, or I don't really know her battle. And the reason that I know that she has a battle now is because it has become evident. She does not like to be called black. She doesn't even collate like that. We're just lighter brown than she is, to be honest with you. I just never, I never thought about it until I had her. Because I can see it. I can see the difference. I can see when she is at a party, or we're at a center, or she's exposed to the playground, or she takes dance class. I can see the difference. I can see how they treat her differently. She may not feel it. She may not understand it, but I know it's there.
The impact that it has on those very, very young children spiritually is that they actually start to devalue themselves in such a way where the spirit begins to shrink.
The things I used to do because I hated my color was, I used to wish that I can wake up one day lighter, or wash my face and think that it will change or get lighter. I thought it was dirt, and I tried to clean it off, but it wouldn't come off. I took my color after my father, and I used to hate him because of it.
I think I remember most saying that, if I had a little girl, I didn't want her to be dark. I didn't want her to be dark like me.
It's not anything inherent in the human psyche to judge people based upon their skin color. There's nothing in our DNA that suggests one shade of color is superior or inferior to another, but it's all a politically and sociologically determined phenomena and attitude. So you have to be taught to discriminate based upon skin color.
I remember being called tar baby, monkey, gorilla, Miguel gorilla for sale.
Your skin is dirty.
Here comes Blackie. Here comes tar baby.
I was probably in about second grade, and there's a boy, and he used to tease me all the time, just relentlessly, for no reason. And our teacher, Mr. Lutchman, I asked him, why are you always bothering Hallie? He said, I don't like Hallie because she's too black and ugly.
I can remember being in the bathtub asking my mom to put bleach in the water so that my skin would be lighter and so that I could escape the feelings that I had about not being as beautiful, as acceptable, as lovable.
I remember one in particular, they used to say, you stay in the oven too long.
I just remember just like looking down at myself, and I didn't think I was different, but obviously I was if so many other people were saying that, and I just thought, okay, then I guess I'm black and I guess I'm ugly. And yeah, it still has a little tender hurt when I remember it.
When you think about it, what could be more superficial than somebody's skin color? It's not their mind, it's not their heart, it's not how decent they are or how hardworking they are. And I think what happens is a person feels inferior, insecure, and in that, they want to find a way to feel better about themselves by putting somebody else down or looking down on somebody else.
Being in school, there was just such a separation among girls who were lighter skinned and girls who were darker skinned.
These were the girls who would catch them in the bathroom and fight them for no reason. Just because she happened to be born light skinned with pretty hair or pretty eyes, I guess you would say that would be jealousy. And it was really bad because in junior high school, the mayor, for Halloween, some people I knew, wasn't me, threw balls of it in their hair just to take it out. So we were separated, and it caused a lot of friction amongst children.
which now as an adult just seems stupid. You know, our families aren't perfect. Our friends are not perfect. At some point, we have to acknowledge they are who they are. And they bring some good, and they bring some challenges. And so how do you discern when they're bringing good and embrace that? And then realize when they're bringing some stuff that's really not so healthy. And say, you know what, I'm good. You can keep that. Okay? You can keep that.
My mother and her friend, we were driving somewhere. She's talking to her friend and she's bragging on me. She said, my daughter is beautiful. She's got great eyelashes, she's got the cheekbones, she's got great lips. And then she's going on and she adds, could you imagine if she had any lightness in her skin at all? She'd be gorgeous. And just that last little part, just all that pride that I had about her, you know, having her brag on me, just dissipated. Just dissipated. And I think that moment is when I really became aware.
These are psychological forces that impede one's feeling the love that you have for yourself and for others. Again, it comes from your parents. If they don't treat you with love, if you're not made to feel loved unconditionally, I love you just because you exist. Not because of what you look like or how well you do academically or athletically, just because you exist. But if you have been made to feel that love of self, you will be inhibited in terms of interacting with others.
I used to have a record store in Detroit, Michigan, and my grandmother actually would hire lighter skinned blacks because she felt like darker, and I hate to admit this, but she felt like darker skinned blacks made still CDs and albums from her.
But you actually ran the record store, so was it your policy also to hire lighter skinned people rather than darker skinned people?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I didn't know what I was doing, you know, it was ingrained in me. I learned it from her. So, I mean, it wasn't like it was my fault, but yeah, absolutely. I did hire more of the light-skinned brothers than the dark because, honestly, the darker skinned brothers did come in and steal from us.
setting, isn't it? You know, and this is really, you know, racism among people of color, you know. It doesn't have a lot to do with, it does have some things to do with whites and blacks, or whites and people of color, but it's more of an internal racism.
I witnessed like a lot of like all 5 years, and like I haven't, like it opened my mind up a bit because I kind of realized that I didn't think it was like that serious. Like I thought it was always a joke. I never thought that it was actually that serious. To the point where, for example, when that woman had a child, they got her like, she started crying.
It's hurtful. Talk about socialization, you know, how we are socialized as human beings. And of course, our first experience of that is at home, right? You know, we've done tests on babies now about anger and about preference and a lot of things. You know, it's really fascinating to see, even as little babies who can't even speak yet, you know, choose things that surprise you. Like, really? Like a baby's paying attention to this? You know, but yeah, this is how we're socialized. So it's unfortunate that these stereotypes have been perpetuated through the centuries, but this is what people are living with today. You know, and it's sad. You know, but the flip side of this is that, you know, now that you can do something about it, right? You know, when we don't know, then we can't do anything. But now that we know, we certainly can encourage other people to think differently, you know? So, anybody else before we continue? Question?
It reminds me when I was younger, I used to Latin, and how people always often do the first thing they think is like these kind of things smart.
And it's unfortunate that people judge somebody because of their color of their skin, right? You know? So, yeah, it's true. You know, it's unfortunate. So I'm going to jump forward to the global picture here. So we're going to talk about this colorism, this issue of colorism in other countries. So we're going to hear from a young lady from Korea and some guys that live in Africa.
What has happened over time, across generations, is an internalization of the degradation of what it means to be black in the world. This is not just a U.S. phenomenon. Go to Ghana today, go to Senegal today, go to the Gambia today, go to South Africa today, and you will see billboards promoting skin bleaching cream, even in the face of knowing that it causes cancer. Our sisters are trying to lighten themselves. in response to an internalized racism that is global.
Some other places, people must understand that some other places, when you are dark skinned, you are put over here into the lesser class. In your country, where's your country? See, I'm telling you, man, it's like that. A lot of places. A lot of places.
It's not like racism, like they put it here on TV, like,
right.
No big issue. But that's undercover.
Right, and it's not even, it's just how it is, right?
If I go to visit a girl to my class, and she's light skinned, and I'm dark skinned, we're both Dominicans. My mother will be like, look, look at my race, my family, look at this dark skinned boy over here, find somebody that can fix it. I agree.
Right, so what I'm trying to say is it's so much worse in some places, you know what I mean? In the States, you know, some people might have an issue like, oh man, you dark ass, you black ass, whatever, but it's like, okay, that's fine, but I'm gonna still go and make 100 G's this year, and that's not gonna stop you. But some places, it will stop you.
I'm Korean American. I grew up in Hollywood, but I did visit Korea when I was in the 4th grade, and that was the first time where I noticed that I was actually different. It's not like LA where you kind of fit in being tan or a little darker. In Korea, I guess at the time when I was in the 4th grade, it was really popular to look as white as a ghost, so I really stood out. There was a time we went to the mall with my mom and my brother, and this random lady, didn't know my mom, just came up to her at the mall and asked her if her husband was black. So I asked my mom why she asked that, and she said, oh, you know, she's crazy, and people here just want to be as white as ghosts. But I think it was at that time where I realized, okay, well, there is a difference from me and all the Koreans living in Korea, because I was so much darker, like I really stood out.
In Thailand, I was in Thailand, and the dark-skinned people in Thailand are never on TV. There's a lot of dark-skinned people there, but you'll never see them on TV. And you'll walk into a store, and because I remember going into the store trying to find lotion, and you cannot find a single bottle of lotion that does not have lightening cream in it, or like facial moisturizer that doesn't have lightening cream, because everyone's trying to become lighter.
I actually have people in my family that bleach their skin, and tell you the truth, when you stop, it does not look good. It does not look good.
One of the most popular products in the third world is skin whitening cream, which gives us a little bit of an idea of how people's perceptions of themselves, and we're talking here about regions of the world where the overwhelming majority are not white, but here we see a huge kind of market for skin lightening cream. So I think that gives us an indication of where people's thinking is around this kind of issue.
And skin bleaching, you can skin your face, but then your neck and your arms is a different complexion. You want to do two-tone now? I'm confused. That could be a side effect. When you skin bleach everything, or just stay who you are. You are who you are. Yeah.
This is a salicylic acid pill. It's a higher pH pill than, let's say, our glycolin, and it's self-neutralizing. I have been asked, as a dermatologist, I would say at least once or twice a year, someone calls and asks for the medicine that they believe brightened Michael Jackson. And I know that medicine most likely is, and in his case, it may have been used appropriately if he indeed had vitiligo, but that really is the only appropriate use for a medicine that irreversibly brightens the skin.
Oh, I'm definitely not bleaching my skin. Absolutely not. What it is that I'm looking at trying to lighten the darkened area under my eyes, but absolutely not bleaching my skin. I love my color. I love my complexion.
I think there's two different types of people that use it. There are those that want to lighten their blemish, which is something that I would do. It's like when you get a pimple or if you get sun damage, just like little spots to even out your skin tone. And then there are those that put it on religiously or take pills even
to make themselves lighter, have a lighter complexion. I think they're insecure about who they are, and they see it as white being pretty.
What we see in a contemporary cultural framework is the exportation of American images into these countries. And so all of the things that we talk about in relation to the way the black-white binary with African Americans in this country, we see playing out in other countries as well. The most popular movies in these countries are Hollywood films. The most popular images are images coming out of the West. The depictions of African Americans that exist here also exist there. So people who may not even have a great deal of interchange with, African communities and so on, see them through the Western lens that comes out of this country.
In the particular area where I'm from, East Africa, the notion of if a woman is treated differently for her skin tone, dark or light, it depends. It's traditionally, Ethiopia is a feudal society. It starts with kings and queens. It's one of the only uncolonized places in Africa. So their history doesn't start with a paradigm of white first. So there are regions where chocolate is the most highest standard of beauty. Then there is the feudal system where you have kings and queens. The one is not going to be dark, because a lot of times the dark thing is like someone who's maybe an agriculturalist person or something, a little bit in the sun too much. Or you wouldn't, for the royalty type of thing, quote unquote, for lack of a better word, wouldn't be dark, it would be lighter.
It's funny because I was raised with my grandmother always telling us to make sure we marry light to progress the race. And even till today, I have an aunt that tells my cousin not to sit in the sun because she'll get too dark.
Growing up in Panama, I did experience the difference between dark skin and light skin. And being in a family where there's every shade, thankfully, the messages were positive in my family. But I grew up very aware of the variety of ideas about dark skin not being favorable. Quotes like, you need to improve the race, don't marry black. And if you do, marry light skin. That kind of foolishness.
If a young child is constantly taught that Europe is the pinnacle of civilization, that all great ideas came out of England, came out of France, came out of Germany, and they're a young, say, Egyptian child in the Nile Delta, they're not going to look within their own community and within themselves to see greatness. They're going to look outside of their community and aspire to that. And I think this plays out in a way in which we perceive of ourselves physically as well.
I think, this is my opinion, the reason why women in Africa try to bleach their skin, because it's what they perpetrate on TV, because over there, most of the stuff that they watch, it's not really what you would call African TVs and stuff like that. It's pretty much Western culture and all of that stuff that is televised over there. So most of the women wants to have, because what they see on TV over there are lighter skinned women with nice hair and all of that stuff. So some of them want to be like that. So that's why some of them bleach their skin, because they think the lighter their skin is, the chances they have to actually one day be on TV or get noticed by people. So they think bleaching skin or lighter skin is much, much better than dark skin.
It's really interesting now how for so long we as black women would go out of our way to try to emulate the beauty ideals of white women, straightening our hair and for some even bleaching their skin. But now it's really interesting to me how more and more women of other cultures, especially white women, are going to embrace the things that for so long have been unique to us. Hi, Cindy. All right, so we are going to start with you turning around. I'm going to do your back first. That way you can get comfortable in the tent and with the whole procedure. And by the time I have you spin around, you will have been in there for a couple of minutes, so you'll feel nice and comfortable. There is just something about being tan and having tan skin that makes muscle definition
look better, and it makes me feel healthier, it makes me feel better. It definitely, any imperfections that I might feel that I have are covered by a tan. It just makes me feel good. It makes me feel more confident, and just, it's pretty. It's pretty.
Okay, so what's your takeaway from that experience of hearing what women in other cultures have to say? What do you say? Okay, yes, sir.
Well, I just want to say, all the other women were talking about how many women hire this is the one girl, so it's like getting tan makes her.
Yeah, interesting, huh? Right, exactly. Sure.
That's because people, they don't get accepted their appearance. Personally, I agree with women in the area, like, they don't get accepted they are. So they go all the way and really risk themselves with skin cancer to get themselves lives and keep in society.
I thought it was interesting how there was a section of colonial facial appearance and how we had to
Western, yes. Yes. Yeah, that importing of Western culture, and I put my fingers in quotes like this because, you know, we would consider Africa to be West, you know, and Europe to be West, but that understanding of that kind of culture, I should probably call it more like an American culture, that's been imported to countries that are developing, you know, there's a disconnect there, you know, because if people are not seeing people who look like them, then they're thinking, oh, well, all these people I see on TV must be the way everybody wants to be in the world, you know? Mr. Crummy?
Yes, culture of people like ourselves, when we go to places like Africa, like these African girls in Africa, really they only see the light skin stars or anything, but they don't see how they can be attracted girls in America. They don't see there's goals, they only see TV and everything.
Yes.
You know, I think like throughout all of history, you know, like different countries have looked, like civilizations have looked at each other, kind of like taking some of the best parts, or you know, oh, the Greeks were the best, you know, like whatever, and then adopt some of that culture. And then, you know, I think it's exactly what's happening today. And it's natural. It's just unfortunate that a negative opinion of their previous skin tone comes with it. But as far as the trade goes, you know, it doesn't seem like it's new.
Yes, yes. Yeah, and this is the kind of thing that kind of continues again to perpetuate itself, right? That we've seen this before, it's happened in the past. I worked with some young people who came from the Sudan in early 2000s in Philadelphia. They were coming as unaccompanied minors, which means they were coming by themselves without parents because their parents were deceased from a refugee camp in Kenya. They were coming thanks to Jesuit Refugee Services and Lutheran Children and Family Services. And so we were asked as a church community to kind of adopt these young people, 5 of them. And you know, the young lady, 4 brothers and the sister, I remember taking her to the store to get some clothing, and she went to school where the girls could wear stockings to school. And you know, I couldn't find stockings dark enough to match her skin. You know, we had to go to like 4 or 5 different stores to find the right stockings for her. Well, you know, that was 2000. You know, that was 2000. Or even if she wanted to wear makeup, you know, she had a hard time finding makeup that would fit her skin color. Right? So, you know, her understanding of the West here, was that, you know, everybody had to look white. And I said to her, you know, you're beautiful. Beautiful, tall young lady. You know, she's got 2 gorgeous children right now and a lovely husband. You know, they're beautiful kids. But that understanding, it took her a long time to kind of say to herself, like, you know, I don't need to be like that. I need to be myself. You know, it's kind of wrapped up in that self-identity understanding. All right, so we're coming into the home stretch. You're doing really well. So, you know, not to leave us on a negative note, like what can be done or what's going to be good, you know, about the end of this. So we're going to just watch a few minutes at the very end where there are some conversations about, you know, how we can move forward here.
In those images. There's power in advertising, magazine covers, that there's power in that, and that there is thought to that. That there are people who dedicated their lives to understanding how people will have an emotional, intellectual response to an image, to a sound, to a voice. That is what they've studied, and that is what they're getting paid 6-figure salaries to do, when not 7 figures. And that to then pretend that all that knowledge means nothing, that they are servants of the people and only reflecting back what people want, is utterly ridiculous.
I live a very valuable life, and I feel really, really, really good that I've forgiven my parents. That I'm not still waving my finger saying it's all your fault. That I put that to rest and I realized that my life right now is my responsibility.
If you want to change a person, the first thing you must do is to change their awareness of themselves. So it starts with consciousness. We have to understand our history in real terms, not a watered down roots version, but a Sankofa version of our history and our Holocaust, and the pain and the trauma and the damage that that caused. In addition to that, we have to also understand our resiliency as a people, the values that have helped us survive against the odds, the principles of community and collectivity that have helped us to maintain our humanity in the face of massive inhumanity.
My Aunt Dorothy, living down south, she, as a child, when I was a child, she recognized that I was struggling with my skin tone, and she came up to me and she's like, girl, you know, the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. You embrace your skin tone. You are beautiful. So when she told me that my blackness was beautiful, that changed completely my perception of myself.
One of the things that I do with her brothers is I make sure that they encourage her and treat her like a princess in the house. So let her, you know, let your sister know, you know, she's beautiful and she's smart, and, you know, and I know that as a parent, I'm going to have to give her the things that she needs, and her brothers will have to give her that male assurance so that she doesn't go outside the home looking for love in all the wrong places.
If it wasn't for my mother and my father being very strong people, and I always remember what they told me. They would say, you know, you're not better than anybody else. At the same time, nobody's better than you are. And maybe a little bit stronger. I've been through a lot of people trying to ridicule me, laughing at me because I'm darker. But I don't allow anybody to define who I am.
If the mothers are teaching their daughters to love who they are and where they came from, and that they're beautiful, being as black as they are, whether they're as dark as purple or whatever colors, because there's different shades of darkness, and all of them can be beautiful.
When you think of the overall physical body, every single cell has its own unique purpose and function. And so if, in this example, a dark-skinned woman were the eyes and a light-skinned woman was the eardrum, why would the eyes work so hard to be the eardrum? And would it make sense for the eardrum to try to become the eyes? It's just important to be who you are. And when you begin to acknowledge that and begin to acknowledge that the experiences you've had have brought you to a particular point in your life where you have so much to give and so much to contribute, you have so much to learn, then you can start really accepting and being certain and just owning who you are. And I think it's also important for each of these little ones, for these children that are coming into the world, to understand that and to know that and to be taught that from birth.
When I think that I actually had those thoughts, that I actually uttered those words, it's, you know, it's shameful. But somehow, you know, I got over that, and she's beautiful. She's gorgeous, and she's a little chocolate baby, and I love her to death.
This can be healed. There is hope. In fact, it's important that each of us heal the wounds that we carry so that the music inside of us can be heard by us and by everyone else.
Imagine that you have this newborn, beautiful baby girl in your arms, and you're holding her, you're looking at her, you're full of love, you're cherishing her. How do you hold on to that and help her carry that throughout her life? But here's the thing, that little girl that you're holding, it's you. You ultimately are the keeper of your own soul. You are the keeper of the spirit that is you. And so if you don't treat you right, if you don't love and cherish you, how do we expect anyone else to do the same?
Loving yourself is not racism. Loving yourself is race pride. And in shows, I try to point out that I can love me without hating you. You know, because a lot of times my show have a lot of white folks in it, and I don't have to hate white people to love me. My program don't work like that. I love me because it's intrinsic, and because we are taught, not from books, but by the Spirit, that love begins at home. You gotta love who you are, the essence of who you are. They tell you when you're on an airplane, if you got a child with you, and there's trouble, and the oxygen bags come down, you put the oxygen on you first. You don't get right on the kid, you don't go pass out and die. You love yourself first. And I always consider love like if you drop a drop into water, the ripples that go out is everybody else, and you're that drop. So the love starts with you and go outward. So you have to love what you are, the essence of what you are.
You have to look beyond the color. You have to look into what do we want to accomplish? What are our dreams and aspirations? What are our children going to become? What kind of world are we going to have? That should determine how we proceed with the perpetuation of our culture.
I would say what Amy Irene said, you are not your hair. You are not your skin. You are the soul that lives within. She said that so eloquently, and I believe it immensely. There is so much power and so much magic in you. There is so much destiny. There's so much charm and charisma. There's so much sexiness in you. You just have to be that and live that and know that and see it and trust it.
When people call me beautiful now, I take it as a compliment. I truly understand what they're looking at. It's like when the minister said, black is not just a color, but an essence of who you are and who you will become. So I take my color for like gold, more than gold. I wouldn't change for anything in the world now. And I feel so happy that God made me my way.
All right, gentlemen, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for your attention today. A little preview for religion next year. We'll be talking a lot about race, so you'll be seeing the excerpts of this movie that you didn't see today. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Simon, for bringing your class over.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you to our guests.
Take a break, right? Over the weekend, just gonna be bring what on Tuesday? Gatsby. Everybody bring Gatsby. Great job, school papers last night. Have a good weekend.
Mr. Pearlman, can you tell me just how to get this back? Well, you know what, you probably can't. You can tell me to do it. So when I turn it over. Okay, the zero. Okay. Oh, all right. Thank you, thank you.
You're walking into our class? Yeah, because Xavier's in my class. Oh, we walk into our class? Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Are you walking out? Yeah, you just sit there pretty much. Videos are like, mine is flames.
Let's just not leave our stuff. We don't have to be
Really helpful if you sat in your classes. This is how you guys sit over this interview.
And then you start doing it.
Why
Mr. Ross requested in this section right here.
Gentlemen, Mr. Fitzgibbon has paper for you.
Mr. Rossi If you're in Mr. Ross's class, please fill up the seats up front first. Come on, why is Mac? Why is he here? In Mr. Ross's class, fill up the seats up front first.
Great mess with the Where's my son Kyle? I hope.
If there's seats open in the front, I'll tell you to move if you're in Mr. Ross's class.
Don't get back. Hi, Jacob. Come here.
Mr. Rossi's class? Yeah, it sits up front, fill in the seats up front. If you're in Mr. Rossi's class, please fill in these seats right here. Now, Mr. Rossi's class, please move. DJ in the meeting. Nick John?
Gentlemen, sit in the red chairs first, please. I can see one right here. Fill up the red chairs first.
can all pick where moves away. This is exciting, the biggest group of the day. Who's been in here already today? All right, well the good news is that every session is different, okay? Who can tell me what these workshops of this week have been about at RED? Or yesterday, today and tomorrow. What is it about? What is it about? Community. Community. As opposed to diversity. What's the difference between community, Mr. over here could not be less interested in what she's talking about right now. What's the difference between community and diversity? Let's see who reads the announcements.
Community is like with each other, and diversity is differences.
Excellent! Excellent. Okay, so we had different workshops this week to talk about this because it's important for our school as a community. What are issues of diversity that we might be talking or have been talking about? Just yell them out.
Racism.
Race. Feminism. Gender. What? Ethnicity. Sexual orientation. Good. Privilege. Wow, you guys are like good men. So Ms. Morris and Ms. Delam agreed to, were coerced, bullied into, they volunteered to do this workshop. Something that we did a couple of years ago, a form of it, and it's a really exciting opportunity for you to see your guidance counselors in a different light and to learn a little bit more about each other. So, please, let's have your undivided attention. How are we celebrating our community tomorrow? Barbecue at the end of the day. And what else? Wow, you guys really don't read announcements. Dress down. How much is dress down? Free. How much is the barbecue?
Free dress down.
I don't know how to do this, so I always have to call somebody else. How to switch your screen from your Chrome to the... Just drag something. Alright, tomorrow there's different presentations during community period and lunchtime as well. We have if you're an athlete. Where are you going to be tomorrow during community period? The gym. Nice. We have if you're a captain or a club president. Where are you going to be tomorrow during lunchtime? Oh, not at a free lunch? Okay, fine. There's a free lunch tomorrow with the presenter, with club captains, with sport captains and club moderators, right? Tomorrow it's about diversity in sports. We have some very exciting presenters for you. Thank you. If you have Miss Singleton, I'm going to do attendance at the end of the session, okay? Don't run away. After school. After school.
Alright guys, how are you on this lovely rainy afternoon?
Cansado.
Good? Okay. Excited for what? Yeah. So my name is Miss Salem. And I'm Miss Morris. And we're part of the guidance department here at Prep. And some of us may actually be your guidance counselors. I see some of my students in the audience. So it's nice to see you not in class in a different venue. And today we are going to talk to you a little bit about a presentation that we put together called More Than Meets the Eye. Really, we want to talk about community and celebrating really our unity. So what brings us together? And coming together as one, knowing and understanding what we are each made of in order to respect and honor one another, while recognizing that we are more alike than we actually think. So really, today we will be discussing our differences and kind of coming together to see how we are more alike. Okay, so take a look at this image.
an iceberg, yeah. More to just the iceberg, right? So thoughts, yep.
It's like a deep way.
Deep, yeah. Any other thoughts or reactions?
What you see, which is like comes off the ocean, is a little bit smaller than what's natural.
Awesome, our presentation is over, that's the point, thank you. Yes, exactly, so just consider this image for a minute, and what we hope to get to today, obviously, is an understanding that there's more to us than what meets the eye, and that if we can just learn about one another a little bit more, we can come to an understanding of each other better, and if we do that, then we can be more what we're called to be, which is love each other. Okay, so we can just have some ideas. So what are things that you notice on the surface just by looking at someone or even something? It doesn't necessarily have to be a person, right? Because we make assumptions about people's homes, people's cars, right? So what are some thoughts that you have about someone just by looking at them or something?
There's skin color, maybe stereotypes.
Skin color, so just things that you see at first glance, right? Like
Clothes, how they dress.
clothes. Yep. Gender.
The way someone's dressed.
The way someone's driving.
Economic status.
Economic status. Just by looking at them. Body language, and body language says a lot, right? Some other things that you see at a glance? Or assumptions that you make? Their hair?
You can sometimes assume gender identity.
Assume gender identity, right? Yep.
Personality.
Personality? Some other things? And what assumptions do we make from those first glances? Right, so if you're assuming they're...
Yeah, you could be assuming, for instance, that someone's gay because they dress in special.
What else?
Social class.
Social class, right? So what assumptions do you, like, what things tell you different social statuses? Maybe the clothes they wear gives you some idea of what you think their social status is, right? Any other example? There's 85 of you in here, there's gotta be more. Shoes? Really? Interesting. Looks at his shoe, at people's shoes, and that gives you an idea about the person, I guess?
Well, like, I guess financial status, but it doesn't, if they have bad shoes, it doesn't mean that they're poor or whatever, or less fortunate, it's just maybe they like those shoes.
Maybe they like those shoes.
They're comfortable.
Okay. Yep.
The car they're driving?
I'm sorry?
The car they're driving?
The car that they're driving, and what does that tell you? Economic status. What else?
The way someone keeps their car, like if it's really neat or really messy on the inside.
Wow. I'd be in trouble. I'd be in trouble. Yep.
Eye contact and just history of conversation.
Okay, and what kinds of assumptions do you make from that?
Well, you can tell if they're a focused person, you can say, not like rude or anything.
Okay.
Pay attention to what you're saying.
How a person dresses.
How a person dresses, okay.
Body language.
Body language, what does body language tell you?
Emotions.
So body language can tell you emotions, or you assume about people's emotions?
Actual language and how people speak.
And what assumptions do you make from that?
Well, you can, you might assume that someone's from an area, you might assume someone's higher or lower class, depending on the words.
Good, good job.
Okay. So we're going to show you some pictures. So we're going to show you some pictures now about of some people that we all know, or we all should know, right? And we want to discuss what are some of the things that we know, right? So we put know in quotation marks, that we know and or tend to assume about the people in the following pictures just by looking at them, okay? So the first image that we have is, what can we assume about this person? Yes.
He makes a lot of money.
He makes a lot of money, right? Yes.
He's a baller.
He's a baller. Absolutely. What else? Yes? Huh?
He's kind of a respected player or captain. It looks like he's giving an order.
Can you stand up? We can't hear you.
Oh yeah, so like, maybe he's a captain or something, or a respected player because he doesn't seem shy to give an order.
Okay. So you think he's giving an order? So he's giving a body language? Someone said something else up here. What other obvious things are you making assumptions about here? Yeah. He's black. He's black. Okay, we're assuming that he's black. Are we assuming that he's African American? Or are we assuming that he's from the Caribbean? What are we talking about here? What are you assuming? African American, okay. Okay, we know that. That's not an assumption. That's something that we already know. Yes. He works hard. What else can we assume? Let's just look at his physical appearance. What can we assume about him? Yes. He's probably tall. Because he's basketball, right? Right here. You have your strong. Yes. What else? Fernando? He works out. Yep. What else? Masculine. He's very masculine. Okay. Let's stop there. Who is this? In the back in the corner. Who is this?
Jason Collins.
Okay, and why do we have Jason Collins up here? Yes.
He's the first openly gay player in the NBA.
He's the first openly gay player in the NBA. Excellent. Okay. Next we have Robin Williams. How many of you know who Robin Williams is? Everybody. Awesome.
So what assumptions can be made by looking at the picture? Happy. Funny.
He was kind of lighthearted.
What?
He was kind of lighthearted.
Lighthearted?
He's a lovable goofball.
A lovable goofball.
Very carefree person.
Very carefree person.
It looks like he's laughing at something else.
Laughing.
He's a very strange man.
From the picture. From the picture? He's a very strange man. Okay. Right here.
It seems like he loves life.
He loves life. These are great observations. Why is Robin Williams up here? What do we know about Robin Williams? Yellow shirt. Committed suicide. And what do we know about that? What do we hear in the media about him? Mental disorder. What else do we know? He suffered depression, right? So despite the fact that he brought tons of joy and laughter to so many people throughout his career, he in fact was hiding in depression, right? Not so happy, not the goofy, lovable, all those observations that he made just by looking at them. What do we assume about these people in this picture? What would we assume? Yeah.
Well, honestly, I just thought that the ladies were best friends and they were like brothers or something.
Okay.
But I can get weird over this.
Okay, so go ahead. Okay, so maybe we would have there, but you also said, so wait, but I want to back up to what you first said. So maybe these are sisters, right? And maybe these are
like brothers.
These are brothers, right? And these are like sisters or close friends, okay? So this is actually a picture of from Italy, right? And this is the way that Italians greet one another, right? So in the Italian culture, and probably in many European cultures, greeting each other with not one kiss but two kisses, one kiss on each cheek. If you don't do that, if you walk into someone's home in Italy, or even you find a friend in a restaurant or something, and you don't greet each other with two kisses, people will automatically know that you're not from around here. You're not from around there, I should say, right? So it's funny that you thought where we're going with this was that they were gay. That's totally not who we were going with.
Relate yourself.
An observation.
They don't really like kiss each other. Like they just like cheat.
It's, yeah, a peck on the cheek, yep.
Like in the movies, it looks like they just like going over to each other.
How many people would this make very uncomfortable in here? Yeah. Right. And for others, like for me, it's totally natural.
In my own family, we kiss each other hello and bye all the time. Where I live, however, I live in Richfield, which is in Bergen County. Is it Richfield?
No,
Korean friends see each other, they don't kiss, they don't even get that close. They just bow to one another, right, out of respect. So if I went up to somebody and went to lean in to give them a kiss hello and they just bow to me, I may be offended by that. I may be like, wow, I was going to say hello to her and she just totally backed up and bowed. But that's a cultural difference, right? And if you don't know that, you may be offended. What assumptions are made when you see this picture?
He's homeless.
Homeless?
Poor.
Poor.
Very sad.
Sad?
He's a collector.
Collector.
Brings all the stuff with him.
Brings all the stuff with him. Not having such a good day. Not having a good day.
He's a waterbed.
Maybe waterbed.
Might be struggling with some sort of addiction.
Maybe struggling with addiction.
He's an army veteran.
Army veteran. How do we think he got here?
Maybe one big mistake.
Maybe a big mistake.
Maybe went to work, came home to no job.
Came home to no job after war.
Got dealt bad.
Dealt a bad hand.
Maybe wasn't educated.
Not educated.
Continuously made bad choices.
Continuously made bad choices. Addiction. Maybe he had trouble becoming a U.S. citizen. Good observation.
Gambling.
Gambling. Who might assume he was lazy? Doesn't want to work. Couple of hands. Okay. So this is actually just a picture we found online. We don't know anything truly about this person, but obviously the bottom line that we're trying to get at is we don't know this person's story. Maybe he was very successful and something happened. Maybe he has a mental health illness. Maybe it's not an addiction. Maybe, he's suffering from something else.
You could also
Choose to be homeless? I don't know if anyone would really choose that, but maybe.
Well, like, I know there's a homeless guy by my house, and he says he doesn't go to homeless shelters because he'd rather be out in the street than pay customers.
Okay.
So he kind of chooses the rest.
Yeah, it could just very well be circumstantial. Okay, how many of you know who this is? Yes, no, do we know who this is? This is Tyler Perry. Anyone know his story? What do we know now about him?
He makes a lot of movies.
A lot of movies, so what? What do we know about him? What do we assume? Medea? Comedian? Writer? Yep. Rich? Does anyone know his background story? Where he was when he wrote his first movie?
I'm not sure where he was, but I do know he comes from
He sure didn't. He did not. When he was writing his first play, he was actually living out of his car. He was actually homeless while he was writing his first play. You all know this picture. What's the image here? What assumptions do we make about the marauder? Good at sports. What else? All boys. All boys. Academics. Masculine.
Jesuit education.
Jesuit education. Fierce. I'm sorry? Diverse.
Evil.
Evil. I like where you're going with that. He's white, so it might be making a statement of the reputation of prep students. I think that's a whole other topic that we might be able to go into. But yeah, so of course, images, right, sets out expectations, assumptions of what that stands for. So what we really want to talk about today is the cultural iceberg, right? And so the cultural iceberg, we showed the picture of the iceberg to you earlier, but we want to just break it down into two separate ideas. So the surface culture, right, those are those things that you see, right? Those things that, I see somebody, I think I know, I think I know their food, the flag, the festivals that they partake in, what they wear, what they celebrate, what kind of music they listen to, what performances they go to, do they dance or not dance, do they play games, arts and crafts, literature, and their language. But underneath that is all of this, right? All of this stuff that really makes you who you are. So, communication styles and rules, right? We talked about that a little bit when we showed the picture of the two women and the two men kissing hello, right? Communication styles and rules, facial expressions, gestures, eye contact, personal space, touching, body language, tone of voice, handling and displaying of emotion, conversational patterns in different social situations, notions of courtesy and manners, friendship, leadership, cleanliness, modesty and beauty, concepts of self, time, past and future, fairness and justice, roles related to age, sex, class, family, etc., attitudes towards elders, adolescence, dependence, rules, expectations, work, authority, cooperation versus competition, relationships with animals, age, sin, and death, and their approaches, right? So your culture's approaches to religion, to courtship, to marriage, raising children, decision-making, and problem solving, okay? So these things down here, these are the things that are kind of like ingrained in you, right? When you have a problem, approaches to decision-making, when you have a problem, or there's an issue going on in the family, do you sit down and everybody gets together and we discuss the problem? Or does your family handle it differently? Is it more individual? We're just going to talk about, this issue as a family. Or does the whole family get involved? I know in my family, my mom is Puerto Rican, my dad's African American. My mom's family, one person has an issue, everybody's involved. College decisions, who are you dating, everything. Everybody has a say. You may not always agree, and you may not always, follow the choices that family wants for you, but this is what makes you you, right? So, your facial expressions, your gestures. Some people talk with their hands, like me, right? Miss Morris, she talks with her hands. But some people don't talk with their hands. Some people, when you speak to them, you almost want to say like, ooh, personal space. But some people are closer, when they talk. And others, please keep an appropriate personal space. So these are the things that you have been raised with that really make you who you are. And this up here, the surface culture, is what everybody sees, right? We're willing to share with one another, what we put out there. Yeah. So we're going to show you a short video from Patricia Bellinger, and she's the Executive Director and Adjunct Lecturer at the Center for Public Leadership at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, and she's going to discuss the idea of the iceberg. She also does this, what we're doing with you, she also does it with graduate students at Harvard.
So this is my iceberg, and I think this is what caused the students last year to say, like, yeah, you gotta bring this back. The iceberg is a representation of ourselves, right? Think of it as what's above the waterline and what's below the waterline. Now, what's above the waterline typically are things like you all commented, what you can simply see, and you actually were seeing a little more. So we are defining it very strictly, what you can see, or just say perceive. So, a student who's vision impaired still can hear accents, right? So there are things that you might infer nationality if you hear someone. So sort of something that's easily accessible through the senses. So you can see someone's age, you can see someone's race, gender, you can get the age wrong, but you can infer something. Language, speech we hear, you can infer nationality. You may be able to know something about religion based on whether someone is displaying religious symbols or not. Physical ability may or may not be apparent. So that's the kind of above the waterline stuff. Below the waterline is who we really are. It's all the other things. It's the things that make us who we are, the things that we care about, and oftentimes the things that we want people to actually know about us, or to inquire about, or to get at, right? How much do you really want to talk about, sort of language, speech versus maybe your education, maybe your values, all those other things, right? So we think of it in terms of what's above the waterline is the stuff, some of which you can see on Tinder, and then what's below the waterline that gets at the depth of a person, what they really care about, and how we really define ourselves, right? So I want to give you an example, and the thing that's interesting about this is, and I've learned this from talking to students here, are the coping mechanisms that we develop based on the assumptions people make about what they see of us, right? So, for example, I had a remarkable number of younger women in my classes tell me that they wear glasses in their previous job before they came to the Kennedy School. So let's say, consulting was a particular one where they were seen as young. When they came into the meeting, they would be assumed to be the person to take, if they were in the right country, to serve the tea or to take the notes, when in fact maybe they were leading the meeting. They would wear glasses that they did not need, like no prescription in the lens, just to look older and more serious. Younger men, or men who looked younger, talked about growing facial hair. I'm not saying that's why you have that beard, but growing facial hair to look older, and again, more serious, right? Or, people, there was a young woman who said, I used to be pretty. And I'm like, where are we going with this? What do you mean? And she's perfectly attractive, but she had big glasses on, her hair was sort of up in a sort of messy bun, and she said, I would present myself as pretty, and I stopped doing that at work because it got so in the way of my job and how people saw me, right? So let me just tell you one short example of me. And somebody, I think, was talking about what I'm wearing. So above the waterline, I would hope people would say fashionable. And I've been told that I've raised the bar on fashion at the Kennedy School, but know that the bar is not very high in academia. So, and it's like a thing, like people send me notes like, I loved your outfit, or your shoes, or this or that, like here at the Kennedy School. But it caused me to really think about this as I sort of dove into this work. The reason that I dress this way, not this way today, but in general, because when I was a little girl, as a black girl growing up in Connecticut, I wasn't treated the same. When I just went to CVS, a regular, drugstore, if I was just wearing my sort of dirty play clothes from being in the backyard, or, from just messing around with my friends, I would actually dress nicely, and I was treated differently. Now, the blonde, blue-eyed girl next to me was not treated differently however she was dressed. She was so tall, deer, etc. It was palpable, and I was too young. I had none of this experience, none of this knowledge. I just picked it up, right? And so, now of course my parents would say you have to dress nice if you're going to a theater and if we're going on a trip and that sort of stuff. But I'm talking about going to the drugstore. And I'm talking about first having a driver's license 16. I learned this. So over time, since I have this thing about I need to dress a certain way at all times for the occasion, every time, and it's ingrained in me, I've kind of morphed it into, well, I might as well be fashionable if I'm going to think that much about clothes. But in reality, it is a coping mechanism based on how people react to me, right? And to this day, and somebody said to me a couple days ago, what are you going to wear for the class? Right? I'm like, oh, I already got that thought through. So it is a coping mechanism. And more of us have them than we think. And we don't even necessarily catalog them as coping mechanisms because we've probably been doing it a very long time. But the glasses is an example. Another woman told me that, she would go into meetings and would just felt that she wasn't presumed to be the smart one, right? And so she was whip smart, and so she would just kill them with data. She would just lead with all this data and information so they got that out of their heads real fast, right? Coping mechanisms. I mean, it's fine style to take, but it's a coping mechanism. So you have in your packets that are on your chairs your own iceberg. So just like you to take it out, it's the first thing on the right side in the packet. And what I'm going to ask you to do, sorry, I know you put them away, you didn't know you were going to use them. You're going to use them more than just for that, too, for the iceberg. Take them out. You can write on them, you can keep them.
Okay. So, we want you to So you have an iceberg. And at the top of the iceberg, right, you're going to put all the things that you know people can tell us, right? People can see us. Someone have one? Okay. So we want you to fill out your iceberg, and at the top you're going to put the characteristics that are visible and above the surface. And some of the things we want you to think about are what characteristics do you choose to share above the surface with others, but then what characteristics do you keep deep down below the surface but wish others knew about you? Okay? Be sure to include your personality traits, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation if you choose to, culture, values, talents, feelings, fears, etc. Okay? And we will give you about 5 minutes to do that on your own.
Everyone have a sheet?
Does everyone have a sheet?
Right there.
Someone share. Pen or pencil? Someone lend him a pen or pencil?
So I put the image of the iceberg back up here so you guys kind of have a guide, right? So on the top you can discuss what food you eat, what is your flag, what holidays you celebrate, all that stuff is on the outside. Do you dance, right? Do you have a traditional dance that you do?
What do you willingly share? Put out there.
What do you willingly share out there? And then below, right, are all the things that make you you, that you wish somebody knew about. Okay? Maybe you don't want, or you don't want people to know about. Deep down there. Yeah.
Yeah, so your nationality, your language, whatever food you eat, any holidays you celebrate, okay? And then underneath is all things that you are, whatever, you know, the things that make you like your
How would they know that? Oh, just why would you not know?
Okay, you should be finishing up. Okay, so you all should have some characteristics on the top, above the surface, and below the surface, right? So what we want you to do now, you all have a number on the top, and I know that it's a tight room. We quite honestly didn't think we'd get this many people here today. You're going to find your matching number. So more than likely, this part of the room is matched up with that part of the room, so just go behind you. So on your matching number, that was partner. Anybody got me? So get up.
What are we supposed to do exactly? What are we supposed to do?
Once you find your partner, you stay in the seat. We'll tell you what's next. Okay, take a seat if you found your partner. No, together. Take a seat together. Ted? Yellow at Ted. Hold on, one second. All right. Gentlemen, for some of you, like from 35 and beyond on this side of the room, there isn't a matching partner because we made 100 sheets.
39?
So if you didn't find a matching number, just find someone that you don't know and sit together. Oh my Okay, so, as counselors like to do, we're gonna have you share, right? So, share with your partner the characteristics on the outside that people see. See if you learn about something about each other that you didn't know before. And if you're brave enough, share some of the things that are below the surface. Can everybody give us directions? Because there's a lot of talking going on. Does everyone hear what is happening next? Because there is a lot of chatter. Okay, Ms. Morris, you may want to explain that again. Okay, so everyone is paired up with someone, ideally, hopefully someone that you don't know or don't know all too well. Again, like I just said, sharing, right, counselors. So share with one another what you have on the surface and what you have below the surface. Hopefully you're brave enough to share at least one or two things that maybe aren't so obvious and you're willing to share with that person. And let's see if you can learn something about one another that you wouldn't have known otherwise. Or maybe something go against the assumption that you had made about the person because you didn't know when you made the assumption about looking at it. So take a few minutes to share with one another.
Yes? No? I don't know? Give me something. You done sharing? Yeah. Okay, very good. So, who is brave enough to share something that you learned about someone else?
Actually, first, what is an assumption that you made about the other person?
Yeah, what's an
And what you
assumption?
actually learned. You have to make sure that your partner is in agreement though.
Make sure that your partner's okay with you saying the assumption. And that you're okay saying the assumption. What did you assume, and then what did you actually learn about your partner? Any volunteers? Anyone?
What made you change your mind? You gonna put your hand back up?
Well, I didn't think about the assumption.
Okay. Any volunteers? This is the one you could say an assumption that you made about someone else if you didn't know them. You can also,
Talk about what you learned
talk
about
about
each
what
other.
you learned. Did you learn something?
That may not have been obvious.
They're talking a lot, that's why they get more down.
Matt, I think you're right.
Well, I knew that he was a guy, and I could assume that he's in his teens, and that he's either like Catholic or Christian. And I learned that he likes music and he likes to dance.
So those are your interests, right? Something that you may not have necessarily assumed about someone or know about someone. What about, I don't know your name,
CJ.
CJ?
I
What did you
really
learn
had
about Matt?
an assumption about him, but I knew that on the outside he wants people to know that he's Catholic, male, white, and he didn't really want people to know that he played hockey. He had a dog, said he was sarcastic, but
Thank you. You others? Not that hard.
Okay, let me pick one of my students.
We'll just go back and forth.
We're just gonna go back and
Volunteer on your own.
Nicholas Ramirez. In the back. Right there. Okay, so Nicholas, what did you learn about your partner?
I learned that he's impatient and Italian.
Okay, what did you assume?
I didn't have any assumption of him.
Okay, okay. And what about your partner? What did you,
I assumed that he like, well, I noticed he was in play the other day, so I assumed like he likes doing that sort of stuff, but like I didn't know that he likes to write like rap songs and stuff.
yeah. Excellent, thank you very much. Yes, a volunteer.
It only took two.
I learned that my friend, whom I assumed to be Hispanic, is actually Turkish.
Oh, nice. Yes, what did you learn?
I learned that he's Brazilian. I thought he was just white.
Those are really good ones. Anyone
Thank
else?
you for making the point.
Yeah. Anyone else? There were more hands up.
Okay. Someone else on this side.
Oh, we also had another part.
Okay.
I didn't know he was Spanish. I thought he was white.
White man, white man. Okay. That's a great example. Three of you get a free drink. Now. Anyone else? What about over here? This side is too quiet.
Ryan.
Come on.
that my partner speaks fluent Arabic, and that he's Coptic Orthodox.
Do you have any assumptions about either of those things?
No.
And partner? What about your partner? You can stand up because I can't really see the lovely faces. Okay.
I learned that he's Spanish. So I thought he was all white.
Okay.
White was not something.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. It's interesting that one of the main things that kind of makes up who we are deep down, right, when we talk about the cultural iceberg, are the things that we're making assumptions about. And in most cases, we're wrong about. Anybody else? All right, thank you for those of you who shared. Thank you very much. Okay, so we want to show you just the ending of this, because I think it speaks to one of the points that we are trying to make.
It's just, again, going back to Tinder, let's not do Tinder here, right? And let's just forget it, right? Like, it's actually about understanding what you all have. And I want to just say one thing. So there are a couple of times different people talked about being the stereotypical. There is no such thing. Everybody has a story, everybody has a past, everybody has how they were raised, what values they bring to the table, what they're passionate about. And there is, you know, the white American guy, be he military or not, is no more stereotypical than anybody else. And either are you over there who said, you know, I'm just sort of the regular, I would be seen to be. I don't see people that way. I don't see anybody that way, and I don't want any of you to see anybody else that way. There is no such thing. We don't want to own a label called I'm stereotypical anything, all right? We're all individuals. And one of your tasks here, because there is a richness in this class, in this cohort, that you could learn a lot of what you need to learn, a lot of what you came here to learn, just by getting to know each other below the surface.
And that's really the whole purpose of doing this, right? So the more we get to know one another, the more open we are to one another, the more we can understand one another, right? And so who are we called to be, right? What is our mission? Who are we called to be? Anybody? Men and women for others. Exactly, right? So how can we do that if we don't understand one another, right? And we can't understand one another unless we take the time to learn about one another and understand really what makes each one of us up, right? What's the real differences. So this image here was actually what sparked this whole presentation. I'm not big on social media. The only thing I'm on is Facebook, and I saw this and I was like, wow. Does anybody else have that reaction? Deep, exactly, right? I don't know, it made, like, we spent a lot of time in Italy in the summer, and we were at the beach all the time, and I'm always seeing these massive rocks, not necessarily icebergs, but massive rocks in the middle of the water, and some rocks that you can climb up and jump off of. And I mean, other than maybe bumping my knee when I'm swimming towards the rock, I never gave any thought to what's below it. And when I saw this, it just made me think of that. And I thought it was such a powerful image, right? You may know me, but you have no idea who I am, because there's so much that we can do down inside. So, with that said, we really want to thank you all for coming to our presentation. We're very, very thankful to your teachers, actually, for bringing you here. I want to thank Dr. Bleasdale. We want to thank Mrs. D'Angelo for actually, helping us to focus these SYSs on community. So we have 3 takeaways for you. We want you to remember to celebrate each other's differences, be open to each other, and care about what your peers are not showing you. Be more patient,
recognize that you're not alone, but rather we're more alike than we think. Also, we can look out for each other. We need to take care of one another, accept, respect, and honor one another. This is what brings us together in unity. This is what makes us a community. So we hope this presentation was eye-opening and inspiring. Remember to take the time to get to know someone. Remember that everyone has his or her own struggles and joys. By doing so, you might just find that we have more in common than you think. And even if you don't, you can learn to understand one another more fully. Thank you and have a great Thursday You
identify as